Yesterday, the lights went out on 12 Premier League teams and their FIFA duos. Today, only 8 teams remain in their quest for FIFA glory here at the ePremier League finals. Liverpool, Wolves, Leeds United, West Ham, Crystal Palace, Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest and Tottenham Hotspur are still all in contention. We have 3 former champions still in the mix and a very cool £30,000 up for grabs for the winners. I'm so excited to be here today with these two as well alongside me. We've got Alex B, FIFA analyst, and Samantha Miller. She's a football commentator and a former footballer herself. Guys, this is a pretty exciting day. It's a massive day in the ePremier League, of course. Sam, I'm going to come to you first to talk a little bit about your footballing career in relation to what's happening today. Obviously, yesterday it was a massive day, so many games, but today is a new day. How would you approach this?
Today is what it's all about. It's what players live for. Yesterday, you could afford a few mistakes here and there. It was all about getting to the top 2 in the group. But today, you can't afford to make mistakes. You could be out. A lot of money on the line. And I think you can see with these players that they just breed confidence. But a loss, sometimes they lose their heads a bit. So you've got to maintain composure, keep that mentality, and just put everything on the line today.
Well, confidence is what they need, of course, today, Alex. Obviously, we saw yesterday as well a lot of Erling Haaland headers, crosses. How are we going to stop this? Are we going to see new formations, anything different?
There's sometimes where players go, you know what, I'm not going to show all my cards in that Saturday. I am going to wait until we get to that final day, should they get there. I imagine most people that probably haven't been doing too many crosses will say that's something we're definitely going to put into our game, but they're very hard to stop. But yeah, I am looking forward to seeing if someone's got an extra formation or something extra in their locker.
Yeah, and of course, it's no second chances. It is single elimination today. If you get a loss, you're out of here. We're saying goodbye to some more teams, of course, starting with the quarterfinals in a short time. Well, again, how can you watch? Well, we're on the Premier League YouTube channel and, of course, on EA Sports FIFA Twitch as well. And we can watch both games from the quarterfinals at the same time. We're going to have a main one here, and you can go on the command centre and watch the other one if you like as well. And we always reward you, don't we, on these shows? We love to give something away for free. So if you're watching at home and you want to get some free goodies just for enjoying the show, make sure you link your Twitch and EA account and watch for at least 1 hour to get everything you see here on the screen. Head over to ea.com/Twitch linking for more information on linking your accounts. Thank you. You can thank me later.
The ePremier League returns for its 5th year in 2023, with all 20 Premier League clubs looking to secure the EPL trophy and the lion's share of the huge £100,000 prize pool. Day 2 is all about the knockouts, with the single elimination bracket featuring the top 8 teams from the group stages. You win your fixture, you'll progress to the next round. You lose, and you go home. Each fixture features an Xbox and PlayStation leg, which we played back to back, with an aggregate scoreline across both legs. If the aggregate scoreline is tied at the end of the second leg, we go to extra time and penalties. Only one team can be crowned champions of the ePremier League.
Well, a point to note on there as well. Xbox has to go first every time. And Sam, I wanted to ask you a question about that. And in terms of more pressure for Xbox or PlayStation, which one would you like to be?
I'd like to be the Xbox player. I love going first. So when I played football, penalty shootouts, my hand was up to take the first penalty every time, because it's the players that go after you that feel the pressure. If you miss, they then need to make up for it. So yeah, I'd like to be the Xbox player personally.
How many times did you miss?
I've only ever missed 1 penalty.
Oh, she's got skills. And I love actually the fact that she played for West Ham and Spurs, so she can support each pod here as well. Right, let's have a quick look at the 2 games you're going to be seeing coming your way in the first quarterfinals. So we've got Aston Villa taking on Tottenham Hotspur, West Ham United, Wolves, Forest, Palace, Liverpool, Leeds. Alex, which one have you got your eye on?
For me, the Liverpool Leeds is obviously a final-worthy quarter-final there for us. It's just going to be an amazing game. But Aston Villa, Tottenham Hotspur as well. You've got former world champion in Gorilla, Aston Villa, young package coming through. I'm very much looking forward to that one.
Sam, what about you?
I'm also going to say Liverpool Leeds. But for me, Nottingham Forest have been a bit of a surprise package. So I'm going to keep an eye on what happens there. But I think you have to mention Liverpool potentially winners, and also Leeds. So for me, they were favourites going into this. So they're playing each other very early, considering.
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it, to lose one of those two teams at this point in the competition. We're talking about Liverpool, Leeds, of course. Obviously, we have Tex being a winner back in 2019, and we have Leeds going to the semi-final last year. So both obviously want to go lift the title this time. But talking of Liverpool, Kyle Walker, our reporter, is standing by with their two players.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I am here with both of our competitors representing Liverpool, and they seem so relaxed. Well, why is that? Because top of the group yesterday, and they get rewarded with Leeds United today. Huge fixture. We'll talk about that in a minute. Tex, Diogo, how do you feel yesterday went?
It went good. A bit under the radar. We just did the job. We did the job last year and got rewarded with Crystal Palace, and then this time we got Leeds. So not ideal, but we'll see.
How do you prepare for that then, Diogo, when you know you did so well yesterday and then you've got to come back and do it all again? Yes, of course, the champions have got to play some of the biggest and best teams in the country, but this is a difficult one to start.
Yeah, like, not ideal. Like, we didn't really want Leeds. In fact, like, we topped the group thinking, okay, we topped the group, we'll probably avoid Leeds. But unfortunately, they lost the last game to West Ham. So, I mean, it's a tough one, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, and we're just talking about the pressure that it adds with this format, and actually, Xbox has got to go first, but you turned to me, Tex, and you said, no pressure.
No pressure on me. There's more pressure on the PlayStation player this time. I'm hoping to give him a lead. Maybe 1 goal, 2 goal, 3 goal, maybe 4, hopefully.
Maybe 4. How would you feel if you got 4 goals at that lead right there, Diogo?
I wouldn't let my opponent see the ball. That's what would happen. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully, he gives me a lead against Leeds.
Now, it's Championship Sunday. We can see the trophies. They've been here throughout the weekend. How good would it feel to get your hands on those trophies this weekend and for the ePremier League this year?
ePremier League trophy and a playoff spot, which is like the main goal, I think, the playoff spot. And then obviously the trophy is nice. But yeah, ask me after Leeds how I feel.
Is that the focus then, just right now? You've got a little bit of time until that game. All focus is just on Leeds. Have you got a game plan in place to come up against him? Don't give all your secrets away, but come on, tell us.
Well, I mean, the game plan is just to play our game. If it's enough, it's enough. If it's not enough, it's not enough. That's just how life goes.
Oh, come on. As always, Tex, Diogo, they're not giving too much away, are they, Rachel?
Yeah, I love hearing the player insights there. Alex, what did you make of that? Do you kind of look at them and try and read their body language? The fact that Tex there was like, maybe I need to get 4 or 5 goals just to give Diogo that little boost. Yeah, what are you reading into that?
Yeah, I mean, Tex is always a confident player. I do feel for them, knowing that you've topped the group and you're thinking, yeah, that'll be enough to avoid Leeds. And then you do get Leeds in that first round. It's such a difficult fixture for them. But I will say, if they do advance through, I'll kind of back them to go all the way and lift that trophy.
Oh, well, I mean, it's a long way to go yet. Let's not just count the chickens just yet. Again, Diogo sitting back, we spoke about that. I think I prefer that just because you kind of know how everyone's been playing and maybe you're not as stressed out just if he does give you that 4 or 5 goal lead.
Well, we heard Tex say it, and I think where these two have been a pair for a long time now, you can see that they're good friends off the FIFA field, and they really want to help each other. And I think that Tex will give everything to score as many goals as he can, go all-out attack, and then just give Diogo that boost going into the second leg.
The fact they got an interview, there's some mind games in there as well for Leeds.
It's one thing about Tex and Diogo. They love being on the cameras. They've got no problems with that. So I'm sure Lito and Tom Stokes will be thinking a little bit of pressure, but they'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, pressure, what the Liverpool guys can handle. I'm sure Leeds United will as well. Well, let's go over to our commentators. They're not commentating just yet. We've got Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith. They're going to give you a preview of some of the other games to watch.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Great stuff on the preview, as always. Brandon, ePremier League 2023. It's not disappointing.
It hasn't. I mean, we had the opportunity yesterday to commentate on all the action, Rich. What a day we had. 20 clubs were obviously at the start of the journey here. Now there's only 8 that remain. We had loads of group play, but it's safe to say there was a couple of surprises along the journey. We're going to have a little look at some of the highlights from those games of some teams that surprised us and impressed us.
Yeah, I mean, we pointed out Forest. They've been outstanding. What in particular about this Forest side has been clicking for them?
I mean, number one, they're in a difficult group, regardless, yesterday. I don't think many people predicted the performance that we saw from them. They have got a previous ePremier League player, in their Arsenal with Redlac. And look, it's just the goal-scoring form, Richard, they had. 25 goals they scored. I think they picked up the joint highest point tally in the group stage. and I know you know RSD as well. He's an upcoming FIFA Pro player. And Redlac said it yesterday in his interview. There's just a chemistry between these two. Yes, it's still 1v1 in some ways, but it's a team, and there's a chemistry and there's a good feeling in that camp at the moment.
And I think this is a perfect example of confidence in FIFA esports. When it gets flowing, when it gets going, when you get cooking, it can go a long, long way. And RSD replied to your tweet that you put up this morning saying who's going to win the ePremier League, and just put, fine, we'll do it. There's been a few other teams alongside Nottingham Forest that maybe have been...
Yeah, I mean, West Ham.
Absolutely.
Into your sort of FIFA esports career, and he said, look, it's a perfect springboard for me, Brandon, but to go back-to-back, to be the first ever player to do that, that would be incredible. He's seen some of the highlights from Dan Wright in particular. Just some of the goals he was scoring. That new Eric Cantona yesterday from that recent promo. And it's just free-flowing FIFA, Richard, where goals are just constantly going in for the Hammers.
And look, this were a group when we came into play where Leeds were expected to top it. Leeds were expected to dominate this group. West Ham just turned it around. They're another side in this ePremier League that we expected big things from. And it was Tottenham Hotspur. It didn't particularly go to plan, but they got through. I want to bring your attention to these stats right here. 8 goals scored, 11 conceded. They went through with a -3 goal difference. This is big for both Tom and Gorilla, because a little bit of, you could say it's the last dance. You could say it's the last chance saloon at the FGS series for FIFA 23.
Yeah, well, the one thing you're seeing here is they're in the same group as Forest. They had a tough result and a couple of tough results against Forest. But then at the end of the match, or the last game, sorry, look at this moment of magic from Gorilla. He might have won a world championship many moons ago, but this man has still got that quality. And look, they're in the zone for it. They're in the knockouts. Forget the group stage now, Richard. They're in the top 8.
Yeah, the main thing was that they got through and they got the job done. On to the knockouts. The ePremier League 2023. It's going to be absolutely outstanding. There's plenty of games coming up for you to feast your eyes upon. Don't go anywhere, because the ePremier League 2023 knockouts come up after this break.
Finals of the ePremier League finals are upon us. If you can see behind us, 2 pods are set and ready to go. Spurs, Aston Villa that side, West Ham, Wolves over my shoulder there. Alex, going to come to you. Talk a little bit about seeding. Has the seeding helped either of these pairs today?
I think for West Ham, possibly, yeah.
Okay.
I think they'll take the Wolves match-up. But on the other hand, for Aston Villa, they've got Spurs, which is a very difficult match-up for them. So maybe not so much for them for topping that.
Well, it depends how you look at Spurs, because Spurs had to wait, didn't they, to Forest to do them a favour to get here today, if you watched yesterday. Sam, quick question on Villa Spurs. What are you making of this one?
Well, Aston Villa are a young team, but for me, watching all the matches
Tired as well,
yesterday-
clearly. Tom there, yawning away. Sorry, Sam.
Tom maybe didn't get enough sleep, worrying about today. But I have to say, Villa are a young side, and they looked fearless yesterday, as did the other young players in the tournament. And I feel like they're playing with flair, creativity. Aston Villa topped the group, and Spurs just scraped through. And they weren't at their best when they played against Nottingham Forest. That might drive them today. But Aston Villa seems to look out for potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a quick look then at the quarter-final fixtures coming your way. We've just mentioned 2 of them, Villa, Spurs, West Ham, Wolves. Then a little bit later, we've got Nottingham Forest taking on Crystal Palace, and then Liverpool taking on Leeds. That's the one we've really been bigging up as a possible it could have been a final. It's not, it's a quarter-final. Very exciting. 4 quarter-finals coming your way before we get into the semis, and then, of course, the final later on. All right, well, let's get into this first quarter-final. And we're mentioning we're going to Spurs-Villa as our feature matchup. You can watch the other one over on the Command Centre on Twitch. And casting this on, you have Leah Ravel and Gravison.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the ePremier League finals. Sunday, the finals. We crown our champion, today, which I'm excited for. I'm sure you're excited for.
Definitely.
We have a big game that we're about to cast. Aston Villa, Tottenham. As they were mentioning up front there, Tottenham kind of scraped through, but speaking to the 2 of them yesterday, there was a sense of relief that they made it this far after potentially not as successful in past years. What can we expect in this game?
I think we can expect like both matches are going to be pretty tight, I'd say. It depends because Gorilla is playing really, really good this weekend, I'd say. I think his worst match was against Redlac, against Nottingham. He was near 3 down, but then he scored 2 goals, so it was kind of like a close end of the match. But I think this first match is going to be interesting, this Gorilla against Cameron. I think we can expect like a tight match and maybe even go into a decider, 3rd match. But I don't know. I expect big things from both of them.
Well, a lot on the line for these players. A £30,000 prize pool at the end of today will be awarded to a winner. Both of these teams want it to be them, and soon we'll find out. Speaking a little bit about Tottenham and their coach specifically,
yep.
You actually mentioned to me earlier that he coached you for several years. So what can you expect in terms of play style, gameplay, game plan from him?
Javi is actually a really active coach, as he speaks to you a lot when you're playing. He gives you, I don't know, tips about offside traps, about tactics. And I think they're going to be playing 5-4-1, 5 at the back, because it's just the meta right now. It kind of makes sense because you have so many people on the defensive side of things, but you actually attack with many people as well, because you have the 4 line in the midfield, you have your striker, and then obviously the fullbacks go up as well. I think it's actually a good way to defend the crosses to Haaland as well, so I think it makes sense for them. And Javi is obviously analyzing the game pretty much every single day, and yeah, he kind of told me they were using 5-4-1, so yeah, they're going for that.
Awesome. Speaking a little bit about Aston Villa and those 2 boys, they are a little bit younger than the Tottenham boys. They've played together for a little while as well, but how do you think that being onto the stage, obviously the 4 of them have the experience of competing at the top level, but how do you think the age might affect them? Any nerves, any pressure?
I don't think they're gonna feel the pressure, because I think they have actually played Premier League for a couple of times now. So it's not the same as playing an international event where you might be playing against a world champion. You're kind of scared in a way. I think this is kind of your area, your momentum. So I wouldn't say they are going to be, I don't know, frightened in a way. But obviously playing against Gorilla, a former world champion, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because he's going to pressure you in your half, so your build-up isn't going to be comfortable enough. But Cameron played well yesterday, so we can expect him to be offensive as well.
Definitely. Well, we are underway here. Aston Villa versus Tottenham Hotspur. We will be watching the Xbox match first, and then we will be watching Tom Lees and Konkai second. A lot on the line, a lot to expect. And a first goal by Aston Villa. You were just saying how good of a day they had yesterday, and starting off with a fabulous start.
Yeah, definitely. First goal, first attack of the day. The 5 defenders at the back wasn't enough. It was kind of a lucky deflection. Hullet with the pressure was on point, and obviously the extra pass was good as well with the tap in. But yeah, kind of a lucky goal. But everything counts, and they're 1-0 up. So yeah, good start for Villa.
Everything counts. I'm sure that'll give them the confidence they need to be able to be at the top of this tie. A little bit different setup than yesterday in terms of both teammates playing at the same time versus now one at a time. So Tom, you can see, is actually sitting there watching Gorilla play. Do you think that adds any sort of pressure to them?
No, I don't think. I think it actually kind of gets some pressure off your shoulders, because when you're playing simultaneous, you kind of don't know what's happening. So you're playing with, I don't know, a little bit of fear. And actually, you might be looking at the other match as you're playing. So it's kind of hard. I think when you're playing just by yourself with not another match at the same time, I think it's just you're more focused in a way, because you're not thinking about what's happening in the other match. But obviously, like, if you lose your game, you're forcing your teammate to win. So it kind of adds up a pressure in a way. But I think it's easier to play this way as a player.
Definitely. A little bit of an update from the other match. Wolves have gone 1-0 up against West Ham.
Yeah, nice. I think it's a cross from... Wow, that's a nice goal. Yeah, I was expecting kind of like an extra pass, header, something like that. I definitely wasn't expecting bicycle kick. Crazy goal. And yeah,
really good goal. Like we said, a lot on the line today. £30,000 grand prize rather for the first place winner and a playoff spot. All opponents are going to be looking to clinch that.
Yeah, definitely. We have some players like Ethan, the Crystal Palace player, who's ranked as the first seed of UK, so he might be grabbing that playoff spot in the FGS format. But they're definitely playing for that playoff spot as well as the money. So it's important for them.
And for those of you that are just tuning in on Sky Sports, the game we're playing is very similar to the real life game, but it's a game mode in EA Sports FIFA called Ultimate Team, where players are able to choose any player. In this case, it's past and present Premier League players to add to their team, which is why you'll see the likes of Ruud Gullit. Ooh, and a good shot there, but saved well by Van der Sar, which is why you'll see the likes of Ruud Gullit, Peter Crouch, Patrick Vieira, and it adds a little bit of personality and maybe nostalgia.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday we were talking about how fun it is to actually play with Kevin De Bruyne and Cantona in the same team. It's kind of, I don't know, it's fun as a player and obviously as a spectator as well. This is nice. Cameron is building up his play like really well.
A really good build-up and a first-time shot by Ginola, but defended well by Tottenham. A little bit of dominance from Aston Villa at the moment.
Definitely. He had like 3 really good clear chances. Maybe the cross? No, not the cross. But yeah, he's playing really good at the moment. I think Gorilla needs to change something in the second half. Probably Javi's help and Tom's help. It's going to be needed, because right now, I don't know, he's not finding the build-up he needs to do to actually equalize the game.
We mentioned yesterday that Gorilla helped out a little bit getting Tottenham over the line, and maybe today is Tom's day to help his teammate over the line instead.
Yeah, that can definitely happen. And that could definitely happen today because Tom is a world-class player as well.
Tom and Gorilla obviously being, like you mentioned, world-class players on the global stage. Having that experience coming into this tournament will help them under pressure. A chance here by Cantona trying to find the space, but didn't quite get the shot away.
Cameron is playing really, really good at the moment. Like, his build-up is on point. You can see like the easy pass maybe to Haaland or other striker.
To day 2, probably adds a little bit of confidence going into the second day as well.
Definitely, definitely.
Taking a quick look over at that other game, Wolves was 1-0 up, but West Ham looked to have the equalizer here.
Yeah, an easy through ball, easy tap in, and how beautiful is that was on the t-shirt. I definitely won that. I won that, even on the game or in real life. But yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah, player locks everywhere.
Special chance here.
Oh, maybe far post, but yeah, the build-up was there. I mean, Gorilla, when he gets in that box, he's so creative in a way. Like, you don't know what to expect from him. Like the player locks, he did like 3 consecutive player locks, which mechanically is really hard to do. He's just, I don't know, he's good. He's good, just that, good.
That brings us to halftime. 1-0 up for Aston Villa. Tottenham looking to get something in this second half. If Gorilla isn't able to equalize or come out ahead, then that puts a lot on Tom, as we mentioned, in the second game.
Yeah, it's hard, but actually, like in your and Tom's perspective, yesterday you didn't play that good. Today, I would step in here, like putting that pressure on myself that I gotta perform good because I'm not gonna let my teammate down like 2 days in a row, you know? Gorilla kind of stepped it up yesterday. I remember in that last game, I think he won 2-0, which is hard. Like, you're playing for that last spot, you have to win to get the second place. And he did perform, 2-0 win. And Tom, I think it was a 0-0 result, which made Spurs go through. But I think like Tom puts a lot of pressure on himself. So I think he's expecting to win his match in a way. But yeah, it's going to be hard because Conke is playing really good in this tournament as well. And Villa, as you said, they're just performing consistently good through the 4 matches they played.
I think it definitely gives Villa the momentum, especially now coming up against 2 powerhouses in Tom and Gorilla. Both Tom and Gorilla, you know, like you said, world champion, performed at the top stage. They both are aware of how good they are and how good they can be. They both are aware that they could go all the way if they wanted to. But I think, you know, after a little bit of struggle yesterday, they'll just need to lock in, do their best.
Yeah, and they can do it. I don't. Might be some tactical changes in this second half because we actually saw Javi speaking with Gorilla. And they were using, as we said, the 5-4-1, and Villa right now is using the 4-3-1, which kind of, it could overwhelm you with so many people going forward. But I don't know, maybe Spurs need more players in the box.
We already see a little bit more pressure from Tottenham, and like you mentioned, that's exactly what Gorilla needed to do to be able to put pressure on Cameron and Aston Villa.
Haaland, what a player, eh? Defending, attacking, he's everywhere. Oh, he's as good. His Team of the Year item is as good as real life, pretty much.
It's crazy.
Which is a lot.
Yeah, you put him in front of goal, he's not missing anything.
Aye. Good cross, no. The handballs are off. So for people to watch at home that might say, hey, ref, that's handball. They're off. So we're not seeing any handballs inside the box or outside the box.
Hula here looking for a little bit of space. Kevin De Bruyne, you mentioned that item being another powerhouse in the game, a consistent one throughout the day yesterday and today in players' teams. Reliable?
Yeah, definitely. Same as Vidic. It is nice to see Vidic in game, actually. Like, we've not used him in the last few years. I don't know when actually his item was put in foot. I don't know. Was it this year?
Team of the year, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like his general item.
Yeah.
I don't know when he was put into foot, but I don't know. I remember as a child to actually watch Vidic play against Real Madrid in tournaments. I was like, he's like really good. I remember when I was like 10 years, something like that. So, like, do you remember? I don't. It's just fun to watch those items like Vidic, like Hullet, some of your childhood idols actually.
Like some nostalgia, being able to emulate what they did on the real pitch, but on the virtual pitch instead. Gorilla building up here, maintaining a lot of the possession this half already.
Yep.
It's very obvious that there were some tactical changes made.
This can be a good cross.
Firpo looking for a little bit of space, trying to find someone in the middle. He's got lots of bodies in the box. All he wants right now is that ball in the back of the net, and that's exactly what he does. The confidence, the composure, all square.
What a goal. As you said, the composure there. He was building up the play on the wing for, let's just say, 10, 15 touches, and then actually having the confidence and the composure to just do that simple kind of variant out of heel to heel. Oh, that was good. And obviously, we're watching Team of the Year De Bruyne, so that's going in. That's going in.
That's definitely who you want to have that final touch in the box. You can see a little bit of pressure almost like radiating out of Gorilla. It's like he took a breath and it was gone.
Yeah.
So some of that stress, I think, you know, after scoring the first goal, or after rather equalizing, after scoring Tottenham's first goal, I think that now that they can kind of relax and keep doing what their coach is telling them to do, it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Definitely worked, because we saw a real change in Gorilla's playstyle in the second half. We didn't see much of Gorilla in the first half, maybe one attack, I'd say, but his build-up wasn't there, and now he was patient enough to just kind of build up in the wing, do some left stick dribbling, and then pass it to Kevin De Bruyne. I mean, look at those stats. Obviously that goal was going in, but yeah, let's see what Villa does now, because Cameron hasn't enough to just kind of build up in the wing, do some left stick dribbling, and then pass it to Kevin De Bruyne. I mean, look at those stats. Obviously that goal was going in, but let's see what Villa does now, because Cameron hasn't played that well in the second half, which happens because you cannot perform at a 100% level for the whole match. Obviously your opponent plays as well, and in this case Gorilla, former world champ, so it makes if Cameron's going to be able to score one more goal.
I was just going to say, I think they actually started with Harvey Elliott too. Approaching the 90-minute mark here, the players are going to look to have possession for that last attack. It looks like Tottenham might want to hold on to the possession so they can try and go up one before the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely last chance of the game, I'd say. if Cameron doesn't team press or something, it's going to be the last chance of the game. But obviously, Spurs is being, and Gorilla is being calm right now, just passing the ball through their centre backs. And I think I don't think we're going to have an attack yet, definitely.
Yeah, I think it's good game management for Gorilla. A great equalizer to make it all square between Tottenham and Aston Villa. There's a job to do. There's work to be done.
Oh.
What are your thoughts on that game?
Second half was kind of slower in a way. I'd say if Cameron could have actually like a better decision making in the 1v1 situations, he could have scored like the second or even the third goal, but he kind of lacked that calmness that actually Gorilla had, because Gorilla only had a couple of chances, I'd say, and when he did get into that box, he actually performed well and he was calm enough. So now all the pressure is both on Konkai and Tom. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you have a draw in the first game, because you don't actually want to risk the chance of losing that ball on the last possession, then your opponent scores, and you kind of put the pressure on your teammate. So it makes sense to hold the ball in the last possession of the game. But yeah, let's bring it on. PlayStation now.
PlayStation. Well, all square in that game and all square in our other game between West Ham and Wolves. 1-1 apiece. A lot on both teams. I think both teams equally played well in the game that we watched here between Aston Villa and Tottenham. Cameron had the strong first half. Gorilla had the strong second half. And in the other game, it was 1-1 as well. So we don't know anything yet. There's lots to go. PlayStation is next. But before we get into that PlayStation match, we are going to take a quick break. Hello, guys. We are back for game 2 of this quarterfinal between Tottenham Hotspur and Aston.
The change is, I'd say, more of the way he's playing. Like, you don't gotta do tactical changes for things to actually change, you know?
Definitely.
But yeah, he's got to change something up because what he's doing isn't working. Definitely. And sometimes a tactical change can help that.
especially when you come into a game with a game plan, like you said, the lob through balls, which is what we've typically seen, although that one might work, and it did. It worked. Everything that maybe he doesn't have to change something after all.
maybe. Yeah, really good first time lob through ball, and the cross from Haaland was on point. Tom even moved the keeper, but sometimes that isn't enough when you have a chance as Cantona had. So yeah, first goal, 1-0 up, and all to play in the second half.
Maybe they could hear us.
Yeah,
For those of you at home, they're playing directly behind us, so maybe they heard us say something had to change.
Yeah, but I don't know. If I were Tom, I would still be playing the same, because I think he's playing good. I think he's building up the play good. But you just need something else in the 1v1 situations. But yeah, Tom is playing well, good, and Konkai just needs to keep holding him back. Have a kind of a 4-3-2-1 against 4-3-2-1. Maybe sometimes you need to change things up when you're down, because it's kind of like an even match. 1 goal down, 30 minutes to play. But yeah, you cannot afford to concede another goal, that's for sure.
Definitely. We spoke a little bit about this yesterday, and this might be very redundant if you tuned in yesterday as well, but in a lot of FIFA competitions, you have 2 legs. And in this competition, we do have 2 legs, but instead of the same player playing 2 legs, we have 2 different players playing 2 legs. And that was a quick and easy chance of extremely unlucky to hit the post there. That could have been game.
That could have been game, yeah. German cross on point. We're hearing some screams all over the place. It's going wild, eh? I mean, it's quarterfinals. Obviously, you expect things to get crazy for a bit. But yeah. Oh, penalty.
An unlucky penalty conceded by Tom and Saliba. Taking a quick look about the screams that we heard in the other game. A first-time green time shot and an easy penalty scored by Eric Cantona.
This is big.
Oof.
This is big. This is big. Actually, we were talking about Konkai needing to do a bit more in the 1v1 situations. The elastico into the kind of well-one heel-to-heel was on point. When you're in those situations, I think you need to go for the ball in the defender situation. So I think Tom did actually a good job. He wasn't just quick enough, so he missed it and he did a penalty. But yeah, I wouldn't say the match is over, definitely, because we have 30 minutes more to play. But yeah, Tom is in a tough spot right now, 2-0 down.
What we say often in FIFA is that 2 goals is the worst lead and the worst deficit to have, because you can, 1 goal when you're leading is only 1 goal then to equalize. And then similarly to when you're trailing 1 goal, that only means you have to get 1 more. So anything can happen. But as I was saying yesterday, we were talking about how typically 2 legs are played by 1 player, but in this case it's played by 2. So really you have 90 minutes to play your best game, and sometimes in 2-leg matches when it's the same player, you have a lot of time to feel out your opponent, understand the way that they play, their play style, to be able to read what they're planning on doing and the way that they play throughout the game. But 90 minutes is not a lot of time.
It's not. In FIFA, it's approximately 15 minutes of real time, so that's not a lot of time. It's not 90 minutes as per se. But yeah, definitely you're right. This can be a good chance.
Good cut in.
Yep.
Good green time shot by Roberto Firmino. Another item that we haven't typically seen. But confidence in Tom, that's what he needed, especially at this time in the game.
And you definitely need a quick chance, a quick goal, and the step overs were on point, and the green time finishing was on point as well. So yeah, all to play, 20 minutes left, and yeah, great goal by Tom.
Now, do you think Tom's going to maintain some of the same play style that he had previously in the first half and before the penalty, or do you think he's going to go a little more aggressive, a little more offensive?
I think so, yeah. I think you need to speed up things a bit. So the calm has to be there, but you got to speed up things a bit. But yeah, we're seeing constant pressure now. Let's see if Conke is able to hold the ball for longer next time, because this wasn't enough.
This will be quite the comeback for Tom Lees and Tottenham if he can pull this off. He's got the possession right now. He's in the final third, but can he find the space? Oh, a little bit of waste of a ball in there.
We were praising him for his screen time shot, but now, red time, it happens. It happens. I mean, it's kind of
That he needed. Ginola with the goal to take him ahead just before the end of the 90. Wow.
And the game is not over. The game is not over. But, oh, that's so tough on Conke. He actually, like, he did poor defending a couple of times. Tom was there on point with the decision making. And that's tough because you were just going to go through to the semifinals and then in a flick of a second, you're a goal down.
We talk about what a goal can do for your confidence. Let's also talk about what conceding a goal can do for your mental. Yeah. We talk a lot about how mindset is sometimes the biggest part of FIFA. Without being able to recenter yourself and control those emotions.
Is he going to be able to hold the ball here? I mean, he's big. That player is 6 foot something. So, yeah. Last time of the game. Oh.
Tom's going to want to hold on to this to secure the win, to go through to the semifinals.
That's it. No. That's it. No. One more chance. No.
And Tottenham Hotspur goes through the semifinals. You can see what it means to the two of them. Obviously, having a tough run, scraping through to the quarterfinals, potentially not going through the semifinals. Congratulations to Tottenham and commiserations to Aston Villa, perhaps the favorites in this tie.
I'd say Aston Villa were playing better to this point, but when you're playing such a huge team as Tottenham, obviously with huge players as Tom and Gorillas, it's tough to say. But yeah, I feel so sorry for Villa because they were playing a fantastic tournament to this point. But sometimes that's not enough when in 20 minutes it just all goes to waste. But yeah, I mean, Conke and Conke and Cameron was playing really, really good.
Definitely. I think the two of those young boys should be very proud of their performance this weekend. Incredible for them to make it to day 2, to the quarterfinals. And like you say, it's really tough being Aston Villa, Cameron and Conke. Because like you said, at one point, literally 5 minutes ago, they were through. Yeah. And then Tom was able to equalize, come out ahead. Gorilla did it for Tottenham yesterday, and Tom did it for Tottenham today, and Tottenham is through to the semi-final. But now, the other game between West Ham and Wolves that we were seeing highlights from before is going to extra time. So we are going to go over there and take a look at how they're doing.
Yeah, we have Goal Poacher, former Premier League champion last year, and we have the decider now. So yeah, we can expect definitely a good match here, because Wolves was kind of an underdog in a way not even in this match, but throughout the day one as well. So yeah, I mean, we're chopping back and forth, lots of action, and let's see if Goal Poacher can still be alive for this second day of the Premier League and going through semi-finals.
Definitely. Well, we all love an underdog story, as you said, Goal Poacher being a well-known name in the FIFA community, in the esports world. And Wolves are going to look to take that ahead and challenge that head-on. Obviously, the second game on PlayStation ending in a draw as well, now bringing them to extra time. And like you said, all to play for. This is the decider.
Yep. Yeah, this is the decider. You don't have that much time, as we said. And yeah, all to play, pretty much.
And we can confirm that Tottenham Hotspur is going through to the semi-finals. And after this game between West Ham and Wolves, we will see who Tottenham will be playing in that semi-final match.
Yeah, West Ham or Wolves.
Thoughts, predictions?
I mean, West Ham. I would say West Ham, because we have the former ePremier champion of last year playing right now. So I would say West Ham, but Wolves have been kind of an underdog story in a way, so I wouldn't count them out. But yeah, big semi-final.
All right, well, we are underway in this third deciding game between Wolves and West Ham. 2-2 on aggregate. So the second match ended 1-1, similar to the first.
Yep. And we have not that much time to play in a way, because we just have 30 minutes and a potential penalty shootout. So yeah, all to play, definitely.
Well, there could be a chance here with Mudryk getting that a little bit of space, but a little bit wide of the goal. That would have been a good start to extra time.
Yeah, we've seen actually a lot from Modric this whole weekend. It's a crazy card, definitely. Potentially a world star in football in future years, for sure. And his item is strong as well. But yeah, 30 minutes to play. Let's see what we can see. And obviously, I would say one of the best matches you could see right now in the UK scene.
This one here, and that was a quick shot as well, but saved by Van der Sar. West Ham having all of the chances. The ball hasn't quite been.
I mean, it makes sense, because we saw Goal Poacher yesterday being really offensive player. Even in that last match against Solelito, I think he scored like 4 or 5 goals, something like that, which is quite a lot in just a game. So yeah, you could expect Goal Poacher to actually be the one having the chances this extra time.
So having the experience you have in the pro FIFA scene, going into extra time when the two previous games have been so similar in possession, in scoreline, how would you approach extra time to take you through to a semi-final?
It depends on how good you are at the penalties. It's kind of the same situation as real life. You'd say it's luck. I don't agree with that, because I think actually the player who prepares, this is good chance.
Good ball. Mudryk's got a lot of space. He crosses it to the left. Cantona, always a very popular item this weekend. Is that foot birthday, Eric Cantona. You can see what it means to Goal Poacher.
Yeah, the passion is there. A lovely through ball, as we saw like 10 minutes ago, actually from the other match as well. But yeah, lovely through ball. I think the first half of the other time is gonna end like this, so we have 15 more minutes. But yeah, as I said. But Goal Poacher has been on point this first half, I'd say, with the build-up, with the 1v1 decision making. with the extra passes as well, because this was a really good extra pass to Cantona. But yeah, all to play. And you can see actually Kai FIFA is kind of relaxed in a way. He's obviously feeling the pressure, because if he doesn't equalize in the 15 minutes we have left, they are going out. But I kind of see him as a calm player, actually. He's calm, he's confident in a way. I mean, we're seeing a lot of equalizers in those matches, so we are not definitely counting him out yet.
Yeah, exactly that. We've seen that before. We've seen the one goal up and then the equalizer afterwards, but you can see the confidence and perhaps the relief in goal poacher now being up. And you know, this isn't 90 minutes. This is 15 more in game time, which is a lot less in real time.
Yeah. You're gonna have, I'd say, 2 or 3 more chances. So you have to defend this first, but you can't afford to lose the possession in the build-up, because you're gonna have 2 chances, I'd say, and you gotta make them count, because if not, you're out of the competition. Simple as that.
Well, Wolves and Kai FIFA looking to maintain some of that possession, and now they're on the counter-attack, but goal poacher said,
Nope.
Nope.
Not this time.
Not on my watch.
Nope. And we're gonna see constant pressure now. We're gonna see loads of left stick dribbling, 1v1, and me.
The opportunity if it comes, and if it doesn't, they'll just hold on to that possession.
Yeah. It seems like goal poacher is, so if I were him, I wouldn't pass the ball as much. I would just keep it like he's doing right now, and left dribbling in the corner, because I think he's going to be able to maintain the ball for 3 minutes and just let the match be over with. But yeah, it's important to pressure as high as he's doing right now, as you can see, because you kind of don't let your opponent, you know, get that confidence to get the build up. But yeah, last chance of the game.
Wasn't unfortunately able to get it out of the Wolves' end. And that does it for West Ham. Wolves goal poacher. You can see what it means to him and his teammate Dami. West Ham going through to the semi-final, and they will play Tottenham Hotspur. That's a North London derby we have right there.
Yeah.
That's a big game. Commiserations to Wolves. They should be very proud of their run as well. Like you said, perhaps a little bit of an underdog story. They should be proud to make it this far. But West Ham Tottenham in the semi-final.
I mean, the scenes. Oh, I love the passion. There's a lot of passion in the ePrem, which is something you love to see, definitely. But yeah, a really, really good match. But goal poacher, I think he deserves to go through. West Ham deserves to go through, because they've been playing consistently good throughout the weekend, and especially in this extra time. But yeah, we have actually a really, really good semi-final match, because that goal poacher against Tom is a match I definitely want to see.
Definitely. Well, obviously, Dan, in that first match on Xbox, being able to come out with a draw, set goal poacher up for the next game, also ended in a draw, but he was able to get it done in extra time. Perhaps what he wanted instead of going to penalties.
Yeah, I would say so. Like penalties, I think luck comes into play, but the player who prepares the most is going to win. But you always have that something about, oh, if I miss the first 2, I'm going now in some kind of way. So yeah, I think I prefer to play the extra time and
yes,
have
definitely.
my chances there.
Well, let's take a quick look at the highlights between Spurs and Villa in our quarterfinal match on Xbox.
Yeah, we see the pressure then from Muhulit. Extra pass, first tap by Ginola, actually. Ginola and Cantona, both really strong players. Really good play. And I didn't see that live. That was a green time shot by Kevin De Bruyne. A really good equalizer. We saw some chances from Tom in the first half, as we said, but he wasn't the first player to score. It was this Haaland cross to Cantona. A really good header as well. So we kind of saw Tom and Spurs against the ropes, because Villa did have the chance and this penalty as well, which made him go 2-0 up. But then just madness happened in a way, Leah. Yeah, madness happened with this crazy green time finish by Roberto Firmino as well. And this mistake, I mean, it's tough to watch. That's going to be tough to watch on Conke when he gets home as well. But yeah, really good game by Tom. Really good way to finish the game.
Definitely. Well, congratulations to Tottenham again. Taking a quick look at the highlights from West Ham and Spurs on the Xbox match. The tongue twister. Oof. What a way to start the game.
Best goal of the tournament, what you could say.
Could be.
Yeah, I'll say so. Yeah, David Beckham, easy tap in by West Ham. And I think the match did end up like that. And we took over things to PlayStation. Really good build-up, a good possession after possession lost by Haaland, yeah. And he scored the first goal. And then we kind of saw West Ham equalizing a really good, green time shot. As you can see, it makes a huge difference in every chance. If he had that, the confidence about, just controlling the ball and scoring the goal. But yeah, Modric, an easy pass, tap in by Cantona, and yeah, that was it. West Ham going through the semi-finals.
Semi-finals, Tottenham Hotspur and West Ham United, a North London derby in the semi-final. But let's take a look, or let's hear rather, about some analysis of those two matches with Alex.
Yeah, we've had all the action and drama so far in the ePremier League, and that is why we love it. But we are going to take a look at some action from that Tottenham Hotspur Aston Villa game with some analysis. Now, it comes to a lot of different things in FIFA, and it makes it very difficult to break down opponents. But we saw Cameron for Aston Villa start off so well with his movement inside that 18-yard box. First of all, Gorilla gets a little bit aggressive out on this wing position. If you give up the wings in FIFA, that's where you have all that time and space, and you can really carve open your opponent from doing that. Gorilla gets aggressive in that press and unfortunately doesn't come out with the ball. So Cameron says, thank you very much, I'll take that drive down the wing. He takes his time and patience here, doesn't rush, and then this is what every FIFA player looks for. They want to work it up across. Cameron, though, says, I'm going to try something a little bit different, laying the ball back to Hullet and then driving it in the middle. Now, Vidic picks up the ball. Gorilla doesn't quite have control of it, but you have to give credit to Cameron. Immediately switching to Hullet, putting that pressure on, sprinting directly at him and saying, can I win the ball here? Vidic, if Gorilla could have control of it, possibly looks to come out to the wing, but doesn't quite have the ability to do that as of yet. Cameron says, thank you, I'll take it. Little step over, and then that pass off across with ease for that simple goal. Cameron started off so well. Gorilla obviously trying to find his way through. And also, player locking is something that's so huge on FIFA. Gorilla, he's said he's worked on that so much. Pressing the left stick and the right stick in, you see the change of the icon. That's where you can then move the player that you've got controlling here, and the person on the ball will be controlled by the AI. That is what separates the top level FIFA players, and myself, and maybe you even at home. Gorilla then looks for that again, and the reason why it's so good is it gives you that time and space to carve the run in a way that you want. You can move that movement to suit you. Gorilla using it here again, and that was kind of an early sign for Cameron to say, look, you're not going to have an easy game of this. I will try my best in that final third. Big save there from the goalkeeper. Now, this here, to be honest, is just absolutely crazy from Gorilla. The ability to just have the ball out on the wing and the tight dribbling, the agile dribbling, using that R1 button just to say, I'm not gonna bite. I'm gonna wait for my opportunity to come, laying that ball off across, and then Kevin De Bruyne picking this one up. Now, it looks a little bit crowded here. It looks difficult to beat the opponent. Gorilla says, no, I'm gonna go for a side heel to heel, which is L2, square and X, driving into that space, and then the green time finish, ensuring that we get that goal, which that is possibly what separates some of the best. However, though, moving over into that second leg, Tom and obviously Conkai had so much to do with that draw on that first game. Conkai with that cross, we've seen that before from himself, always looking to try and find those angles. And Tom Lees was thinking this is going to be a difficult game for himself. A massive mistake from Conkai, Weghorst coming through. And again, we saw Tom Lees when he did it. It's just an instant green time finish, and it makes it so simple and easy to ensure that you get that. And then in that 84th minute, the ability to lay that ball through into Ginola and find that and get that all-important goal, which sees Tottenham Hotspur go through into that next stage. Aston Villa will be dropping out, unfortunately. We've seen a lot of action. We've seen a lot of different goals and space, which has been so good. And let's get a recap on those results as well for you at home. Aston Villa dropping out of the tournament. Tottenham Hotspur advancing through against West Ham United. Wolves, Joey and Kai FIFA unfortunately leaving us in the tournament as well as they drop out. West Ham goal poacher, former ePremier League winner, making sure that he carried that one on his back with Dan Wright to take them through into that next round. But speaking of goal poacher, Kyle is joined with goal poacher himself and also Tom Lee, so we can get all the reaction and the interview with them.
Goal poacher, Tom, wow, 2 great games. Tom, you've had a little bit more time to dissect it, so I'll come to you in a minute. I'll let you wait a little bit longer. Goal poacher, I mean, what a reaction from yourself. It took extra time, but I mean, you got there in the end, didn't you? You had a smile on your face at the end of it.
Yeah, nah, I always thought I'd score when I was 1-0 down, but then the clock keeps ticking and ticking, and then you're like 60 of like, wow, you know, I might lose. But yeah, when it went to extra time, I kind of knew I was going to win. You got to like back yourself, believe in yourself, and I thought, yeah, I'm going to win this.
Now, Tom, it was a bit of a different story for you. It didn't go to extra time, but, I mean, during the game, you were 2-0 down. Did you think, yeah, I'm going to pull this back, I'm going to be able to do it?
Yeah, firstly, I want to apologise to my family and friends at home. They're all stressed watching. I know my little nephew Archie's stressing out of his mind watching. I'm just making it entertaining. What can I say? I think it's the quickest comeback I've ever made. I scored 3 goals in about 20 minutes. And, yeah, it's not the way I want to do it, but if I have to do it like that, I'll take it.
You don't want to do it again against these, do you?
No. I'm aware of how good goal poacher is, obviously reigning champ from last year, and I know I can't start that slow again.
How good would it be to get your hands on that trophy again? Back-to-back ePremier League champion. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to do that back-to-back the first time, probably like, maybe not the only time in history, but there's not going to be many people who do it back-to-back. It'd be an unbelievable feeling.
It definitely would. Right, good luck to both of you. Go and get yourselves cool, calm, collected a little bit before we go again in that semi-final. But for now, we're going to take a short break. However, when we come back, we've got plenty more action for you. We've got our next rounds of quarterfinals behind me. Crystal Palace taking on Nottingham Forest, and then Leeds taking on Liverpool. It is all going down in the ePremier League. We'll see you after the break.
Well, welcome back to the Premier League. You join us here for our finals day in London. There are 8 teams remain. Well, there was 8. There's not so many now. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through the action today. It's time for some more quarterfinals now, and no doubt the blockbuster, the big one. Liverpool Leeds coming into this tournament. Many would have said this is your grand final. Unfortunately, it's not. It comes in a quarterfinal instead.
If you just think about how many championships are in that little booth right there, in that podium, multiple figures, at least. The quality of the players that we're seeing on the screen right now is truly outstanding. That man right there, he's been there, he's done it before. Tex, Olilito, he's been so close to being there, losing out on a penalty shootout to Shells a few years ago. On the PlayStation side, we're going to have to wait a little bit, but 2 fantastic players in their own right.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a reaction from those last matches we saw there. I think the words that I heard from Dan Wright of West Ham was, it's quite hard to watch a screen that's turned off for 90 in-game minutes when your teammates battling out on the opposite console. In case you missed it, the headline news is 2 London clubs in the semi-finals, and massive results they were indeed. Extra time was needed to find a winner between West Ham United and Wolves, and it was a last-minute comeback, a 27-minute comeback from former ePremier League champion Tom Lees of Spurs. His beloved Spurs are in a top 4, and it is certainly heating up here in London in our finals day. Now it's time for more matchups with just 4 more teams to get through. Nottingham Forest take on Crystal Palace on our side stream, and on our main stream it's this one. It's Liverpool against Leeds on the Xbox first and foremost. Tex is in town, the winner of the first ever ePremier League. And I tell you, there's a stat, isn't there, that goes around every single ePremier League. He's the only player that is played in every single EPL, alongside Mark Marley, as we know, was knocked out, of course, earlier for Brighton. For Liverpool, he loves this club, and this tournament is just a very different tournament for him. It means so much more.
Whenever you're talking about what he's accomplished, the Premier League is always a trophy and always a tournament that springs to the front of his mind. His beloved Liverpool gets so much pleasure and privilege out of representing them. On the other side of it, Olilito, Leeds have taken him to their hearts. He has been representing Leeds for a couple of years now, and honestly, regarded as one of the best players, not only in England, not only in Europe, but in the world. He is in that category of elite FIFA talent. This is an outstanding leg one.
Of course, Tex in that Liverpool strip from right to left. So left to right, so in his first half. Leeds United from right to left. The story of Olilito is an interesting one. He's a Swedish FIFA player that in the last couple of years has had some incredible runs in this tournament. He lost in a penalty shootout to Manchester City a few years back. Last year it was a top 4 alongside fellow teammate Mitch Hayward. He played for AFC Bournemouth this time round. But what does he have this time round, Richard? A different teammate. An elder statesman in the FIFA scene. Sorry, Tom Stokes, but so much experience in there, and I can confirm a player that has been full of goals in Tom Stokes. He hasn't lost a game yet for Leeds United. As Leeds look to come forward now. Olilito trying to make the first chance happen. Back to goal. David Ginola. It's a great block from Junior Firpo, and he gets a second bite of the cherry, just about to get that clear.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Tom Stokes. We've got a full leg to dissect what he's going to do and how that game is going to take place. I think that will probably be a little bit more open, so to say. I don't expect this to be full of goals, but I think the level of competition out of any in particular game, in particular duo of players that we've seen take to the stage, this will be the best that you're going to see across any pairing of players against each other.
Well, as we saw from Liverpool, they went unbeaten in the group stages. They topped the group, and they're one of the first teams to book a spot in the knockout stages. Tex has only conceded 3 goals up to this stage in the tournament. He has been ruthless defensively, and he's one of those players that you just simply can't figure out at times.
It's a mistake.
And one thing you've got to know about Tex, you have to score first if you really want to try and unsettle him.
But you have to play almost a perfect game. Anybody who comes up against him, I think Olilito's probably in that small category of players for Leeds that aren't going to be fazed by Tex. They've played before in numerous different tournaments from all around the world for the last few years. He's not going to be sort of bewildered by what Tex is going to do. He's going to know him inside and out.
He would have studied
absolutely
overnight, knowing that this game was set in stone yesterday.
Also, in Liverpool and Leeds' mind, they're coming into this ePremier League tournament to win it. That probably means, looking at the bracket, you're going to match at some point, whether it's in the quarters, semis, or grand final.
And back to that point you said about not being fazed by Tex. Look at the past EPLs. There has been players that haven't been fazed by Tex, and look, no, Liverpool haven't made it to a final for quite some time. Here's João Felix now. A couple of ball rolls. This is silky from Tex. Expect nothing less as he dances into the box. Lovely reverse elastico, and he comes so close to open up Liverpool's account here. That's what he does in the final third. Unpredictable as ever.
I mean, just a combination of skill moves, the reverse elastico around the corner. Everything is methodical, everything is planned out.
Well, it's another wave of Liverpool pressure, with Tex driving it forward. With Liverpool's very own Trent Alexander-Arnold, back across it went to Hullet, stopped by Liverpool player Virgil van Dijk. You might be thinking, why is he wearing a Leeds United shirt? This is the format of the Premier League. You are allowed to use a selection of Premier League players,
past and present.
Hence why you will see Ruud Hullet, David Ginola, foot hero, and even a selection of current players in there, such as Junior Firpo of Leeds United. Never thought I'd be commentating Harry Kewell to Junior Firpo. Another chance building nicely. Here's Tex. Hullet, back to goal. David Ginola, reverse elastico again. He's just trying to find the right exit with that, and well, Elito's able to stop him on that occasion.
And there is another quarter-final currently taking place between Nottingham Forest and Crystal Palace. And it's Crystal Palace going 1 goal to the good. Eric Cantona rifling that in at the near post. Palace in a promising position as it currently stands. Plenty of FIFA left to play, though.
Yeah, that matchup is Ben against Redlac. Cannot forget how impressive Nottingham Forest were yesterday. Keep in mind that Palace have been to this stage before. They actually went one step further. They knocked out Liverpool last year, and they had a semi-final top 4 run. Leeds United yet to really create a proper first chance. David Beckham, he features in these teams. You're right, we said past and present players. David Beckham whips it across. Defended well by Liverpool. And keep an eye on that run. That was Kevin De Bruyne that made that run into the box.
Yeah, the player who's heading it is important, but it's more about the timing of the cross. If he can just time it perfectly as that defence is pushing forward, the midfielder or the defender ventures into that space. That's where the real skill element of it comes in. We're not just whipping the ball into the box, trying to score a random header. The player is selected, manually positioned forward, and then the cross comes shortly afterwards.
Here's Tex again now of Liverpool. João Felix will try his best before Leeds kick that one out for half-time. 45 minutes played here, still 0-0. Expect to see this, though, in this chess match of a quarter-final of this year's ePremier League. We knew that it was going to be a competitive game, and we saw that yesterday in the group stage where Man City took on Liverpool. That was also a goalless affair across the board. I think Diogo's picture there might have summed up the first 45 minutes there. A little bit of a snooze fest, but to be honest, there was chances. Tex did get things going in the final third, but for all Elito, Richard didn't really, or wasn't able to really create anything. I'm not saying Tex was in abundance, but he made something.
But you expect Tex to do that sort of thing in the final third with multiple skill moves and trying to penetrate before playing a pass or getting a shot away. The one big chance was that one where he reverse elasticoed around the corner and the strike just skidded off the ground as he sort of arrowed towards the far post. Olito will come forward, I think. For him in this leg, if you can just take a 1-goal lead or having a 0-0 draw, you're passing that off to Stokes, who you know will go forward, you know will create chances. The majority of games that we've seen today, they're both 2 quarter-finals, were level pegging going into the second leg. It's very important not to get battered. You don't, if you're taking a 5-goal deficit, a 4-goal deficit going into that second leg, you're giving your opponent no real opportunity to turn the game around.
Offside trap teased there by Leeds as Liverpool still have possession. Back to that point you made, though, it's going to be an interesting battle between Diogo and Tom Stokes. So I was looking at the stats of Diogo. Scored 6 goals across the group stage compared to Tom Stokes, I think 18 that he bagged. It's going to be a very difficult match-up when that one comes around. Maybe even more so if Liverpool were to take the lead there. As we have an update in the other game, there is an equaliser if you're a Nottingham Forest fan. It's in the form of Eric Cantona. Lovely touchdown into the back of the net. That's Redlac that's equalised for Forest. 1-1 against Crystal Palace in that first Xbox matchup. Keep in mind, it is a two-legged game here in the quarter-final. One game on the Xbox, one game on the PlayStation. The two scores added together will equal the final result. Leeds United looking to have their first real chance forward. Eric Cantona back to David Ginola. Lovely skill move or two as Olelito looks to buy a bit more space and time. Erling Haaland's got the step-overs moving, and when they start chaining together, it normally leads to trouble.
Yeah, as he took those couple of step-overs his way, you thought for a second he might be able to brush past the defender. We've seen it quite a few times in this ePremier League. When Haaland gets going, not many people can stop him.
Especially in that Team of the Year build that he's got.
That will give Olelito confidence, though, as well.
But there are pockets of space that he's able to work around. Tex. Trent Alexander-Arnold. Is he looking for a cross? Is he looking just to delay? A passage of play into the box. Erling Haaland sits pretty deep on the edge of the box. It's a triangle. Pull it. Cantona. Not sure what Haaland did there, but just about came off the back of his ankle and kept the ball moving. Wow, wow, wow. Speak about ePremier League drama and turnarounds. There has been a turnaround from Nottingham Forest. Redlac was confident as ever at the end of play yesterday. And why wouldn't he be? What a day one they had. Flipped the game on its head. They lead 2-1. Liverpool lead still 0-0. This is quarter-final leg one. João Felix back to De Bruyne. We are waiting for that first real breakthrough in this game. Is going to fall now with Erling Haaland. This Tex is so patient, and so is Olelito defensively. Offside trap teased again. And that time Leeds winning back possession.
There's just so many small, intricate details, whether it's the build-up play in the final third, the dribbling, that extra pass. The smallest of margins could potentially put Liverpool or Leeds 1 goal to the good, maybe even 2 goals to the good, going into that really clutch second leg. And it could come down to a mistake. Done that a couple of times, Olelito, just giving the ball away. And his defensive third.
So organised, though.
Tex just doesn't have the space to
every single white shirt in Leeds United's own half. And we go into a pause menu now. You can just see like what the two banks of four there, or potentially I think it might have been a 4-5-1 at one point there from Leeds United, just sitting back and making it so hard, but they've just struggled when they get the ball to move it forward. I mean, it's a case of there's just no way through, is there?
And when I was just speaking to Tex before the game, he said expect a 0-0. So maybe this was predicted. Between these two, he knew what we were going to come up against, the back 5-4-1, sitting in shape and not really giving too much defensively away. Olelito. A 0-0 draw is a great result against Tex, and Tex probably on the other side as well. Like
Tex is the goal scorer in that team.
If Olelito comes out and tries getting at me, he knows that he can beat him. So I think 0-0 for both parties. It's not a terrible result. That could be a red card. It's only a yellow.
Goes into a yellow. We've got an update from the other game. Crystal Palace. We hear have equalised in it. Here's the goal. 64 minutes on the clock. That's a really clever pass there from Ginola into Harvey Elliott, who will score just after the 60th minute mark. Very different game. Very different. Though, four goals in that one. None here.
Palace and Forest have stole all our goals.
But back to your point, I agree. I think a 0-0 help. It's not a bad result for both. Gabriel Martinelli into Wout Weghorst. I think that tells you the game we're going to be seeing from Leeds United in the last 15 minutes. Expect the ball in the air and expect to see the height of the Dutch forward being used.
We've had the opportunity to stand up here on the main stage, commentate 2 Tex games, 2 Liverpool games. They both ended 0-0 so far. Maybe wear the curse.
We haven't seen the goal yet, have we, from the 2019 ePremier League champion?
This
Maybe now we can. Erling Haaland, all the time in the world for Tex. Oh, he's blazed it wide. You will not see it all get a better chance than that in this game.
Huge let off for Leeds. You put your house on him for Tex to score. And it just wasn't meant to be.
And as we nearly see a goal, there's another one that's gone over here. Nottingham Forest back in front, 3-2 Redlac with the lead. But what a lifeline that was for Leeds. Were you surprised it wasn't timed, or was it just so rushed?
Surprised it didn't hit the back of the net.
Surprised it wasn't even on target.
What an opportunity. It came from that pass into the midfield, and the first time over the top through ball, just as we've been there, Haaland just giving the pitch a little bit of length.
De Bruyne. De Bruyne! Finally! Liverpool have a breakthrough in the game. It's taken some incredible patience from Tex. He kept on knocking on that Leeds United door until there was an answer. And of all players, it was the central midfielder that had to get things moving. De Bruyne makes it 1-0 for Liverpool.
It just went long. The pass from Ruud Gullit to Erling Haaland, it was a 40, 50-yard over the top through ball, stretched the pitch. Haaland went deep, recycled the possession, and then with Haaland going out to the left-hand side, the entire defence sort of just shifted across a little bit. It gave De Bruyne the space, and Team of the Year Kevin De Bruyne anywhere in and around the penalty box. You know it's going to be on target. Something his Norwegian teammate in Erling Haaland couldn't say, as he stuck it over the bar. Travella into the bottom corner.
And that's what he'll do, a very special player. Team of the Year, Kevin De Bruyne, with a goal that will lift up Liverpool. And his teammate that just sits behind him, he's in the hot seat next as we move over to the PlayStation. And it's lucky that Leeds have got one thing, a goal scorer who's about to step up to the mark on the PlayStation in Tom Stokes. Well, we finally had our Tex goal, Rich.
Yeah, we're not the curse. The curse has been lifted.
Or is there a late equaliser for Leeds? Added time of 1 minute. Are we going to see something magical now? In it goes towards the back post. Wow, where Corsty's there. It was very, very nearly put on a plate to David Ginola, but that will do us to the halfway point between Liverpool and Leeds. It is the Reds that have a very small but 1-goal lead. Text against Olilito is in the books. It is concluded. Now it's time to turn on that PlayStation console and get that next game ready and raring to go. As Diogo will take on Tom Stokes. There's still much more to come from this game.
I'll give you a guarantee for everyone watching at home. We will have more than one goal in this PlayStation leg. We will have plenty of goals because Tom Stokes will not turn defensive. He will go forward. Now he's got a lead to overturn. How Diogo addresses that will be the bigger question. We know what we're going to get from Leeds.
Absolutely. There's still going to be 90 more minutes of FIFA. As we said, this is on the opposite side of the bracket. The winner of this will play Nottingham Forest or Crystal Palace. Of course, that game has 5 goals in it. There's still a second leg to come there. We're off for a quick break here at the ePremier League. As we said, still so many more games to come. In case you missed it, West Ham against Spurs is already in the book. That's a semi-final. We're just trying to find out this bottom half of the bracket, which teams will go through. At the end of play today, one team will win £30,000 and be crowned the ePremier League 2023 champion. We're off for a quick break. When we get back, it's Liverpool beat Leeds, but on the PlayStation. Will they be able to turn it around? Only time will tell. We'll see you in a few. Well, welcome back to the Premier League live here in London. You join us for the quarter-final stage. If you have missed it, Leeds against Liverpool. We called it the blockbuster fixture, and what a tightly contested game it was. But Richard, it's not done yet.
Far from done. We're at the halfway point, but this second half is going to be potentially career-changing for a number of these players on the screen. Will it be the FGS season continuing for Tom Stokes? Will it be Liverpool going within one more step of making some EPL history and going as the first ever two-time ePremier League champions? Lots of questions are about to be answered in your next 15 minutes. Make sure that you kick your feet up and enjoy this one.
Well, there's a bit of a preview for this one between these two in terms of the run that they've had so far in this tour. And one thing they both have is they've got experience in this ePremier League for different clubs on their journey. From Fulham to Liverpool, and for Tom Stokes, played for a handful of teams in the run. One thing we can say about the two, there's a lot of goals between the two players. Tom Stokes scored 18 goals in the group stages up to this point. Diogo only scoring 6, but regardless of that, he's still went unbeaten in the group stages. This one plans to be a really tightly contested game. Keep in mind, Liverpool leads in the fixture from a Kevin De Bruyne goal that was scored just 5 minutes before the end of the match, as Tex got the result against Olilito.
And just the questions are, how will Liverpool and Diogo address this game? You've got to lead. Do you try and sit on it? Do you try and hold possession? Do you try and play the clock? Do you go forward, extend it 2 to 3, maybe even to 4? For Leeds United and Stokes, we know what the game plan is. It's written out in black and white. Get forward, get goals, and turn this game around.
Leeds United on the hunt for a way back into this tie. Junior Firpo, the Leeds man, on a play, surely! Oh, David Ginola! That was the moment!
It's taken him 7 minutes, and he's already penetrated. He's already had a golden opportunity. I can guarantee it won't be the last. But that's got to go in. That's got to go in.
How good would that have been for Leeds fans, Richard? Junior Firpo.
Oh.
The Leeds man, he needed to put on a plate. I mean, it was on a plate. Just had to put it in the back of the net. Down the opposite end now. Just offside. It's David Ginola. One thing you know about Tom Stokes, maybe not always the perfect defender, but I'll tell you one thing, going forward, he creates and he creates and he creates.
Yeah, that's the focal point of his FIFA ability. His attacking displays that he can put on. He can blitz a player by 6, 7, 8 goals in a very short time span.
On the flip side for Diogo, ever since he teamed up with Tex, they've seen teammates outside of this tournament. Also, they've been teammates at Liverpool for quite some time. They've both just elevated each other along the last couple of in-game FIFA seasons. Nationally, at club level, in the Premier League, back to goal. Here's Bobby Firmino, the Liverpool man. Does get the nod in this team. And you already see it already there from Diogo, just a little bit of a teaser, a trailer of what is to come in terms of his skill move combinations, his mind making that he's going to make it in the final third. Leeds on the hunt. David Ginola back to Haaland. Ginola there tried to interchange. The angle was just off.
Created. That's the main thing. The chances are starting to come. And I think for Diogo, it's just eliminating how many. You know you're going to have to face shots at your goal. It's making sure that they're minimal and they're not golden chances.
Oh, Mudryk! It's twice now!
How many of these are you going to get?
The game plan was there, just flick it down to the forward, and Mudryk of Chelsea had one job to do, just connect with the ball. It just did not bounce. You can see there already a pause coming in from Liverpool. They're not happy. Neither's Diogo with the first 25 minutes here.
Realistically, it could be 2-1 to Leeds United.
He's got to be thinking there, Tom Stokes.
I'm playing well. I'm playing well.
I'm playing really well.
I think when you talk about Stokes as well and this ePremier League journey so far, all the way back when the club playoffs and the online qualifiers were taking place, many maybe even questioned why Leeds United. He said it was a business decision. He knew that Olilito was more than likely, no disrespect to the other players that were competing for Leeds, going to get that spot on the Xbox. And if he could get that PlayStation spot and win the qualifier, they're a real formidable duo. They were the favourites alongside Liverpool for a lot of punters and a lot of people watching at home. Said these are the two teams to watch. As Roberto Firmino gets his number called after 25 minutes.
I mean, it was an interesting pick, but he's off the pitch. Tom Stokes, you speak about veteran. He's played in 4 out of the 5 ePremier Leagues. First time as a Leeds United player, though. There's a chance to come forward for Leeds. We'll keep an eye on that one. There is an update over here. We left the game as Forest were 3-2 up. Now it's Ethan Higgins on the sticks, and he's back again representing Palace. Makes it 3-3 in that one. We'll keep a close eye. We'll keep you up to date. RSD against Ethan. Of course, Forest against Crystal Palace. That one in its second leg. 6 goals in that game.
Number 1 seed.
Nothing between the two.
Number 1 seed as well, Crystal Palace, coming into the Premier League, down to Ethan's outstanding performance in the FIFA Global Series this year.
De Bruyne, back to Mudryk. Here's Tom Stokes. Here's Leeds United. Timed it green. Well played, Van der Sar. Got his body behind it and just did enough to keep Leeds out. It's another wave of pressure dinked into the box. Virgil van Dijk is in the air. And to break Liverpool hearts, is it's the Liverpool man that will score against them.
And you can't say it's not been coming. 3, 4, 5 opportunities going knocking for Leeds United. It's just dinked, it's floated in to the back post where Virgil van Dijk rose.
It just trickled in though, didn't it?
Good header. What do they always teach you? Head it down.
You cannot argue that Leeds have not deserved that from what we've seen in the first 35 minutes here. And it's little moments like that that just aren't going Liverpool Diogo's way at the moment. He has to just get his foot back on it. Have to remember how good he's been in this tournament. Unbeaten so far. Defensively so sound.
Probably just need to 3, 4, 5 passes, just keep it calm, and exactly what Diogo was doing here. Just knock this ball about, get your foot under it. There's been 2 or 3 times where he's gone to switch the play and it's just trickled out, and he's lost possession. Composure is a word that we talk about a lot in FIFA esports. We're not just talking about putting the ball in the back of the net or keeping it from a penalty potentially. It's in these moments, playing the pass into a dangerous area, knowing that you've got the ability to turn out, to play another pass, to keep the ball when you are under a little bit of pressure, to make the right decision at the right time.
Throw and taken quickly. Just speaking of pressure, Richard, it's not nice playing the second game, is it, when it is all in your hands and you've got 1-0 lead, you've got 1-0 lead put behind you, and especially when you've got Tex over your shoulder.
Well, he's also done his job. You feel like you're letting the team down potentially as well. But I don't know. These are all conversations that I'm sure will be happening potentially after the game has concluded. But Tex right in there.
On the opposite side, at least he's probably licking his lips thinking, thank you.
You've done what you needed to do.
For getting the game back all square. And there you go. Half-time in this second leg. That's all you need to know. The aggregate scoreline is 1-1. If we were to be drawing at the end of this game, we play extra time on the second matchup console. So it would be on PlayStation. Extra time would be played on, which would mean Tom Stokes against Diogo Mendes. Still a lot of time to be played here, and I think, if anything, this is an important little pause for Diogo. Have a chat to Tex, and just say, look, come on, let's get going. Let's get back into that rhythm again. Let's try and find our feet here.
And we are tied as well in the other quarter-final taking place as well between Nottingham Forest and Crystal Palace. 3-3 the scoreline. No further updates on that game. As a goal is scored, we will give you it.
Chance to get the ball forward for Liverpool now. Here comes Diogo. De Bruyne back inside. That's better already from the get-go. As Liverpool win a corner. Oh, great feet from De Bruyne. Back inside Mudryk. This is so different from Diogo now. Oozing with confidence with Mudryk!
What a goal! The McGeady cancel inside the box. Sent Stoke's defenders spinning. And slammed it into the back of the net with Mudryk. A completely different Diogo. We saw 45 minutes of average FIFA. We've just seen 5 minutes of brilliance from Liverpool.
Just the confidence there in the final third as he wins it back again. Just to get at Leeds, get at Stokes. And already you can see the gaps that are starting to appear. Diogo on the hunt for another one. He's really finding his confidence in his feet now for Liverpool. Switches all the way across to Eric Cantona. Is there a comeback available for Liverpool? Maybe there is. They do lead 2-1 now on the aggregate scoreline. And it's pressure back onto Leeds as they now need to chase the game. This is the quarter-final stages of the ePremier League. Winner of this will play Forest. Chance. Or Palace. Is he onside? There's got to be a comeback there. He goes on his own. David Ginola, minutes later, restores the cushion. It's a 2-2 scoreline, and it's game on again.
You said there might have been a cutback. Didn't need it.
Didn't trust it.
Emphatic finish into the bottom left corner. Green timed, put his laces through it. And this is the sort of game that we knew we were going to get in the second leg.
Leeds back in the hunt. So important that he replied as quick as he did. Diogo straight down the other of a Junior Firpo of Leeds to that.
Could have got anywhere.
Come off the right boot of Nemanja Vidic, and it is an own goal. Well.
Who does this favour? Diogo's been much better in the second half, but I think Stokes, he's just got a knack for scoring at the right time in the game. Diogo and Tex. Stokes for Leeds. The two men in the hot seat right now. All eyes on this monumental quarter-final tie.
Which is edging, Richard, closer and closer towards an additional 30 minutes. At least you got one thing right. He said there'd be more than one goal this game.
Well, it had to be. Educated guess.
Keep in mind, Crystal Palace at the moment, 4-3 up against Nottingham Forest. They're about to send out a team that have been the surprise package this year in the tournament. Corner played in, it's on a plate! That's how you take a corner! And all Tom Stokes can do is just nod an approval and say, fair play!
Very, very similar to the goal that Virgil van Dijk scored for Liverpool. The short corner, and then that floated cross into the back post. Emphatic header across the goalkeeper. Nothing Ederson can do about it at all. As Stokes finds he's back against the wall. Leeds United, 12 minutes to turn this tie around.
I can assure you in that pause, Tex was over Diogo's shoulder and just talking him through the corner like, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to try. It was perfect.
No coach necessary. for Liverpool.
Waiting to get back in the game at Leeds. 4-3 down. They've replied before. 14 minutes left to do so this time. 3-2 down, I should say.
When do Leeds United white shirts start flooding forward? Is it the time to go now with still a reasonable chunk of time left to play?
Haaland. Back to Hull, it recycled so well. Leeds United! Oh, wow! That's what he could do on the biggest of stages! A player that's done it all! Still at the best!
The first time roulette. We talk about whether it be a mistake, though that was simply magic from Stokes. Recycled possession. Played it into this striker. The first time roulette. And the finish emphatic. And the first real celebration.
Little finger wag there, wasn't it? A little cheeky finger
I think
wag.
you were happy with it. You were happy with the goal.
It was so cool. Was that well Weghorst?
It was. The big man.
What a journey he's had. I said it yesterday on the broadcast, from coming into the Premier League, signing for Manchester United, getting a promo item that now is
big wout.
Made him just a part of these pro player teams. A Manchester United player. Banging an equaliser for Leeds United, 3-3. 10 minutes left, and still we're back all square again. What a second leg this has been between these two. Still so hard to call.
It's a really good win of possession.
Just
right
so
off the
quick.
kickoff.
It's so quick going forward from Stokes. Cantona. There's a free kick.
Offside.
The opposite way for Liverpool from the offside call. 7 minutes away from extra time. Semi-final spot looming. The 2023 Premier League Grand Finals, one of these two. Cantona punches it forward into Weghorst. Lovely little offload into David Ginola.
Ashley Cole fresh off the bench.
Tries to do his best to get past Kyle Walker there, but just didn't have the legs. And from our last update, it sounds as Crystal Palace are edging closer and closer towards a semi-final.
This is going to be heartbreak for one of these two sides, whether it comes in the regulation 90 or we have to go extra time and maybe even penalties.
Well, what you see now from Liverpool, they're going to play for the last chance of the game. They're going to wait until that clock ticks over into additional time. There it is now, 1 minute. Watch the run in the box. Virgil van Dijk made it. This could be curtains. Well, Weghorst with a chance to be a hero for Leeds United in the 90th minute. Cuts it back inside. It's red time. Ginola, who red times the finish. And that could have been game, set, match. For Leeds United, there is still a corner to be played. Ginola does well just to scoop, turn that ball. Is there an option in the box? Virgil van Dijk is there! And Leeds United, with the last kick of the game, will send Liverpool packing. Tom Stokes, the man of the moment.
What a truly ridiculous 2 minutes of FIFA. Diogo sends him forward, Van Dijk goes into the box, he loses possession, there's a gaping hole at the back. He exploits it, he has the chance to win it, he red times the shot, the corner comes in, and it's been a leg of corners. Stokes scored 2, Diogo got 1. And the clutch moment from Stokes.
That is FIFA eSports at its finest. Last minute. And we always said this. These were the two favourites coming into this tournament. They're always going to meet at one moment. Maybe a final, maybe a semi-final. No, it was a quarter-final. Liverpool out, Leeds are through, and this is who they could be playing against. It's the last kick of the game over here, and it's Nottingham Forest that are chasing this game at 5-4 down.
With a free kick.
I can't do it again, Rich. I've not got the voice.
Surely not.
Added time of 2 minutes. David Ginola's over it. This is RSD towards the back post. It just did not get anything on it. Wow, Weghorst. And that is going to be the end of their journey, their fairy tale story for Nottingham Forest. They crash out. Crystal Palace will take on Leeds in the semi-finals of the ePremier League. Wowee. What a set of games that is, Rich.
I mean, the quarterfinals, 4-3, 3-2, 4-3, 5-4. That is as even as it comes in these games. Incredible sportsmanship there from both Nottingham Forest and Crystal Palace. Confirmation of that second leg result, 3-1. Palace were victorious. Ethan pulls it out of the bag when he needs to.
And there you go. I just can't get over that. This game here, what a game this was. We called it the blockbuster. It might have had a slow first leg, but by God, that second leg packed a punch. Literally, the reactions in the booth now are live. Heartbreak for Liverpool. Tom Stokes, though, one of the biggest things at this level in FIFA, you say about it again, is the mental side of the game. Everyone can pick up a controller and flick the stick and play to a great level. Of course they can. But when you get to this, live on TV, serious lumps of cash behind the line. The experience of Tom Stokes just to recycle that around. And, you know, there was a chance there. Some would say he maybe fumbled that with Weghorst as he tried to play it back inside. He won a corner, and just to have that level of composure, Richard.
Well, he did what he's done all game long. The short corner, then the back post cross. You just got to hope that there's a winner on it. There was a winner on it. It was a Leeds United winner. What a game. I hate to say it, I did guarantee you this. I guaranteed you that the second leg was going to come alight, and boy did it ever. What a game.
Yeah, commiserations to Liverpool. I mean, look, one thing that we can say for Leeds United, their consistency in this tournament over the last couple of years. Last year, top four, they've matched that again. The year before that, they were grand finals, losing to Man City. And, wow. Let's have a look at the highlights from that game again. As we said, the first leg was on the Xbox. It was Tex against Solilito. This was a nail-biting game, which only had one goal in it.
Yeah, it did. It was so end-to-end, and it came late through Tex. He put Liverpool in the driver's seat going into the second leg of action. But we went over to PlayStation and things just picked up. That corner, short one, into Van Dijk. He wins the header. Does the Penguin waddle walk. Does Stokes in the second half. That's where all the goals came.
Yeah, this is when Diogo started to really get going. That was a brilliantly well-taken goal there by Mudryk. Then this one was another equaliser from Tom Stokes. There was a one more pass there. He didn't need it. Timed it green with David Ginola. This was a really well-taken corner.
Very similar.
Diogo, that came out of the back of a pause. We thought at that point, is it too much to ask of Stokes? Then this happened.
Oh, what a goal.
A moment of magic, a moment of brilliance from Weghorst. But this was the best one, Richard. I'm sure we might even see the celebration as well. Towards the back post, Virgil van Dijk, 90+3. There'll be Liverpool fans crying out saying, where on earth was that whistle? But that is what the man can do. Tom Stokes, Olilito, Leeds United are in the semi-finals.
Yeah, on the other side of it, we had a cracker between Nottingham Forest and Crystal Palace. It was end-to-end all game long. Harvey Elliott was a man on a mission in this particular tie. Palace went 1-0 up. However, it wasn't long-lasting because Eric Cantona, just as it did for Crystal Palace, levelled up the game. Going into the second half, Forest found themselves back in front. David Ginola striking through the legs of Virgil van Dijk. That put Palace on the back foot. But what do? They always seem to reply. 66 minutes. We went into the 72nd minute. Forest came forward yet again. João Felix turning provider yet again for Eric Cantona.
Yeah, have a breather, Rich, because there's so much to talk about across
so many goals,
games, isn't there? That was 5 goals. And then we go again in the second leg where Palace just kept on flying. Keep in mind, they have got Ethan Higgins, if you are an Eagles fan, the #1 ranked player at the moment in Europe. And you just saw how good this man really was.
Killed the game off.
The #1 UK player, showing just how good he really is. 5-3. There was a goal back late on, and with 4 minutes to come. Unfortunately, that was the end of the road for Nottingham Forest. From 20 to 8 now, there's only 4 that remain. Wow. Final four of the Premier League: Spurs, West Ham, Crystal Palace and Leeds United.
And every of these four teams have a story. We could see a back-to-back champion. We could see potentially something historic with a two-time ePremier League champion. Stokes looking to keep his FGS season alive. So many storylines going into the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, look, that's it from the commentary box. We're going to have a breather for a split second. Some incredible quarter-finals, but now only four remain, and I believe that Carl Walker is joined by some of those finalists.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much. Yes, I'm joined by two of our semi-finalists coming through in some spectacular fashion. Stokes, Ethan, obviously Leeds United, Crystal Palace. Stokes, I'm coming to you first, though. What a reaction, what an ending to your game, but I'm sure you don't want to do that again, do you?
Nah, although it feels great, like after my heart's still beating, I just want a calm, like nice, comfortable win. But no, that was it. That was incredible. Ollie did a great job in the first game, like playing against Tex. He played a little bit conservative, as everyone should do and would do. But I knew that if he gives me a game where I can achieve a comeback, I can definitely do it. And luckily, 94th minute, I think it was. But yeah, we got it.
And Ethan, you had it all to do going into your game, and you managed to turn it around. A little scare at the end, but you'd created a nice little cushion for yourself, so it was all good.
Yeah, I had a 2-goal lead in the 83rd minute, and I conceded in the 85th straight away, back to 1 goal. So it was very tough, but no, I'm very happy that Ben played my teammate. He played really well. He was actually unlucky to come over those to 1 goal deficit, so I want to give a shout out to Ben. He played really well.
You were coming into this as the top-ranked side out of all 20. Was that added pressure, or did you just take that in your stride and here you are in the semi-finals? You're not worried about anything like that?
Me personally, I don't really listen to all that. I'm just here to play my own game, whether we favourites or not. That doesn't really mean much to me. It's just about how we play, and hopefully we win it all.
And Stokes, for yourself, very quickly, you've already played against Liverpool. They were one of the toughest, one of the favourites. Now you've just got to go on and beat Crystal Palace.
Yeah, this could be the true underdog story. I mean, hopefully we can do it.
Well, let's see if you can. Like, little rivalries building already between these two. Well, I'll let you get ready for your semi-final. Plenty and plenty of action still to come. So much action, so much reaction. We can see all of this action we've seen so far. Do not go anywhere, though, because there'll be some head-in-the-hands moments, I'm sure, still to come here. The ePremier League, come back. We've got our semi-finals.
Welcome back then to the ePremier League finals. We now know we'll have a new club being crowned champions this year, because never before have Spurs, West Ham, obviously Leeds or Crystal Palace lifted this title, which is pretty exciting. We have a lot of narratives to tell you about, but I want to come over to Alex first and just talk about Tom Stokes there, because he was bigging it up backstage, going, "Oh, Tom's got this." I said, "No, look at Liverpool. They're doing pretty well." You were correct there. Why did you expect him to react like he did and get that last-minute goal?
It's Tom Stokes. It's what he does best. He attacks on FIFA. He's probably one of the best attackers.
He's up against Diogo and Tex.
It's a difficult thing to do, but when it's Tom Stokes, the community loves him. He's there. He goes forward every single time. He's one of the most enjoyable players to watch because of that bombardment going forward. He's just so good in that area. And 94th minute, that was when he got that win, but you just can't ever doubt him, really.
And Diogo didn't really do anything wrong. He kept the ball, didn't he? We thought he was actually going to get the last attack, and it obviously didn't work out like that.
It's difficult to do. You know, Diogo's an experienced player. He knows going up against Stokes that he was going to go forward and constantly keep going for that, but as I said, 94th minute, the ability for both of them to have corners in the locker as well to kind of do for that. And then the Weghorst, first time roulette, as I said, just beautiful.
Well, heartbreak, of course, for Liverpool, who do go out at the quarter-final. Sam, let's talk about what's going to happen behind us in this booth now. They get to take centre stage out there. It's obviously Spurs taking on West Ham, two of your former clubs as well. How exciting is it to see them actually go up against each other?
I know, I'm calling it the Sam Miller Derby. I'm going to claim it. It's very exciting. I think Tom, he really left it late, and I think that shows us everything about his character, reaction. It almost looked like Tom wasn't going to go through. The fact that he pulled it back will give him a lot of confidence going into this next game. But goal poacher, having won it last year, both of these players actually spoke about wanting to be the first person to win it twice. We'll see if which one of them does.
Well, Alex, there's two storylines, isn't there, happening behind us there. The fact that obviously Tom won it in 2020 with a different side, though, and now this would be a completely new achievement because he's doing it with a teammate as well and with his actually childhood club. And the fact that goal poacher could make absolute history and be a back-to-back champion. Either of those storylines would be great, wouldn't it, for this tournament?
Yeah, definitely. And the beautiful thing is as well is that we're going to have one of them in the final. So there's that extra chance of them going all the way. But for goal poacher, I think it means that little bit more because we've never had a two-time winner. But imagine if he could go and be back-to-back winner. That is a statement.
How do you see this playing out, though? A little bit more cagey? What do you think is going to happen?
I think a lot of it will come down to the first leg, if I'm honest with you. For Gorilla, he needs to get going, I think, in this tournament. I think that's something that he will be looking forward to in that. Because you can't say to Tom, look, in that last game, I'll let you kind of do the work. Let me see if I can give him a 2-0 lead, something like that for him.
Yeah, well, Tom obviously is in the hot seat. I just look behind me to see who is playing first here. Well, let's have a look at some stats from both these teams as well, just to bring you guys up to speed. So this is Tottenham Hotspur. This is Tom, obviously, and Gorilla there. So wins 4. I mean, again, I think these actually go out the window because of how they've played so far this tournament. But let's go through it anyway. Wins 4, losses 3, goals for 12, against 14. Goal difference -2. Sam, what do you read into that stat pack there?
Well, I think Tottenham have surprised us on a couple of occasions so far. It almost looked like going out yesterday. They turned things around and again. And I think they've really kept their mentality and composure. I think often we see players look like they're about to go out and almost lose their heads, but they've really managed to turn things around. And I think now anything can happen. There's been so many twists and turns in this competition so far, and what a goal that was. They've scored some fantastic finishes. But if you look at West Ham, a lot of their goals have been link-up play, team goals, goals in the box. I think goal poacher for a reason. And I think both of these are conceding a lot and also scoring plenty. So I think it's going to be end-to-end, and we're going to see, hopefully, a lot of goals.
Alex, Tom obviously can't leave it to the last minute, especially against West Ham. Let's have a look at some of the stats then from the two guys representing West Ham, Dan and goal poacher. Goal poacher, remember, he was a champion last year with Norwich City, actually, and his partner then was Dammy. Wins here 6. No losses, which I think is the important fact to look at there. A lot of goals as well, 33. The goal poacher, like Sam was saying. Alex?
Yeah, definitely. But also as well, the fact that we saw that Tom and Gorilla not been scoring too many, but they've also been conceding, right? That negative goal difference for West Ham, knowing that we haven't conceded all that many. Our goal difference is through the roof. They know that they've got plenty of chances to go forward, get that 2-3-0 lead if they can, and it would be a big, big ask for Spurs.
Is this the most difficult side Spurs have played against, West Ham?
I think Aston Villa, gave them that game. I think The difference for that is that Aston Villa, a young team, goal poacher, young himself, but has been here and done it before and won the ePremier League. So having that extra experience and that composure for it, this will be a big ask for Tottenham.
And goal poacher's opponent, or teammate I should say, Dan, hasn't been here before. And he's actually sitting waiting for goal poacher to perform and then has to, I guess, either live up or make up what happened in the first leg. That's tough.
Yeah. Dan wasn't even here last year. He didn't even qualify for this tournament. So the fact that he's now in the semi-final is just huge for him. He'll be wanting to take it all that way.
And obviously Zizinho as well. Played for Brentford. If you look in the back of West Ham's box, that's their coach. He was a finalist last year. Sam, the fact that you've got a finalist, someone who's gone all the way coaching you, what will that change in the West Ham camp?
I think it makes a huge difference, and in terms of tactics and just giving you that bit of belief and that guidance on how to win when moments get tough. And I think that's going to be huge for them. I'm really excited to see this matchup. And West Ham, I have to say, damn right, I think he's really stepped up to the mark. And having played football myself, when you play with the top class players, you want to raise your levels. And I think that is exactly what we've seen from Dan Wright throughout this tournament.
Yeah, Dan has done just that with goal poacher for West Ham. But it is Spurs taking on West Ham in this first semi-final. They've got the spotlight on them behind. Gorilla looks pretty smiley at the moment, but it's time to hand over to Leah Ravel and Richard Buckley, who are going to call this one.
Thank you so much, Rachel. We are super excited to get into this match between Tottenham Hotspur and West Ham, North London Derby. Both previous winners, as we spoke about before, in Tom Elise and Goal Poacher. But Goal Poacher obviously having a little extra pressure because he wants to go back-to-back.
Yeah, there can be two champions, but one's got to go. One's getting knocked out here. And I think there's also a few more storylines sort of bubbling away for Tom and Gorilla. They've not had the greatest of global series so far this year. So this is one more game to continue your global series. You win this match, you're in the play-ins. You win the final, you're in the playoffs. For Dan Wright and Goal Poacher, I actually think it's a little bit similar to what we saw last year with Norwich. But the roles have reversed. Goal Poacher was that player that we thought, well, he's good, but we don't know too much about him. He's now the veteran of this team, and Dan Wright is stepping into Goal Poacher's shoes, raising his game to the master, shall we say. It's going to be a great game, Leah.
Going to be a great game indeed. Goal Poacher looking to defend his title as ePremier League champion, and Tom looking to take that out from under his feet. We are very close to getting started. Obviously, now having the PlayStation match first, whereas last round in the quarterfinals we had the Xbox match first. How do you think that will shake things up for these opponents?
It changes quite a lot. Both players in the last game, whether it was Wolves with West Ham or with Tottenham Hotspur overthrowing Aston Villa, they had to come from behind. They had to fight back. They had to work their way into the game. The game plan changes a little bit because you can't get blown away. I said this when I was commentating earlier with Brandon, and I'm sure you'll agree. If you lose this game 4-5-0, I'm passing you it over and saying, please, can you try and do something with this game? That's why I think in these first legs we're seeing small goal margins.
Well, that's what you get when you play at this level as well, obviously. Everything's on the line for these players. These are some of the top players in the country and in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do think that now we're starting to see the cream rise to the top of this ePremier League 2023.
Definitely. Well, we are underway here between Tottenham and West Ham. Tom leading this match with some of the possession. Hasn't quite had a chance on goal yet, but looking to make that space in behind. Can he get the shot away? He's got Joao Felix. He's got a few bodies in the box. Yaya Toure trying to find his counterparts, but intercepted by Goal Poacher and West Ham.
It was defended well from Goal Poacher. It didn't really allow Tom to create too much on the edge of the box, just keeping it ticking over. I think Tom, the McGeady cancelled, trying to just hoping that he'll crack, hoping that there will be a gap there to exploit.
There could be a chance here from West Ham. Can Hullet find some space inside the box? Mudryk has been an item that we've seen a lot of, but defended well by Tom again. You know, it's funny. We talked a little bit about Tottenham's run to this point. Yesterday, obviously, Gorilla kind of perhaps was the stronger player between the two. Today, obviously, Tom clinched it for Tottenham to bring them to this point. But before this game, they are in the middle on that main stage. Tom was laughing, smiling, waving.
I went up to him and I just said, how are we feeling? And it was like, I just want a nice, I want a simple game. I've had enough of scoring too many goals.
Well, there's a chance here from Joao Felix, and Tom puts that away to take the lead against West Ham, his boyhood club. You see what it means to him. That's what he does.
I thought he was pointing at me, but he wasn't. It was Shorey, who's stood behind the camera, who got the finger point. Joao Felix, right place, right time. He said he wanted a more simple game. Well, he started off in the perfect manner. 1-0 up against goal poacher.
That's going to be what Tom Lees wants, to be able to continue that momentum, like you said. He wants to be able to pass the controller off to Gorilla and be able to go in a winning position and go into that next match several goals ahead, ideally.
And he started really well, whether it's offensively or in the middle of the pitch, not allowing goal poacher to really have any sort of possession, squeezing high up the pitch, taking the ball off him on that particular occasion. And it's almost West Ham United's goal poacher. It's been a few passes and plays of possession in the middle of the pitch where he has just given the ball away. It's early to say that pressure's affecting, but even just the move of stage, moving from one of those side pods, maybe where you feel comfortable, into the middle, a little bit raised, there's more people watching, you know that the prize money's increasing stage on stage, and something we can't be understated, the FIFA Global Series play-in and play-off potential.
Exactly that. Like you said, there's a lot of people watching now. Teams have been eliminated. You know, the further you get, the more intense and the more pressure you have on you, the more eyes you have on you. But Tom has started really, really strong, and I think perhaps this is his best start so far in this competition. And if he can maintain this momentum, then I think it's possible to come out on top. West Ham looking to equalize. He takes the shot with Mudryk, but was saved well by Van der Sar in the end. Ginola does take that shot.
Opportunity arose. Didn't have to take it. Really emphatic finish. More celebration from Zahinio behind him, who you might recognise, as Rachel said, ePremier League grand finalist last year with Brentford. He's now in the coaching position, looking to go one step further this year than he did last.
What an accolade that would be, to be in the final and then coach your team to at least a final, but perhaps a trophy. A chance here from Junior Firpo. Green timed, but saved by Van der Sar and ended up being offside in the end.
Yeah, just offside, but I like the way that this game's been played at the minute, Leah. I think we could be in for a good one. I think we might be in for a few goals. It's quite end-to-end. Both players just seemingly attacking with no real hesitation.
We do love a goal fest, and I think that now both sides have scored their own respective goals, and both have likely the confidence that they need to keep on scoring.
Yeah, you could say the shackles are off a little bit.
You could say that. Chance here by Ginola, but
it went through the back of him.
It did go through the back. Not green timed. Possibly that could have hit the back of the net if it were green timed. Aimed to either corner and not at the goalkeeper. Feel like both players are looking relatively calm. As we said before, for those of you guys watching at home, this game will go to the next game on Xbox. The score will be added to an aggregate score if the score is drawn at the end. A great ball indeed. Oh my goodness, is that goal of the tournament? Maybe one up finish.
Zero reaction from Tom Lees.
What a finish from Joao Felix. Incredible.
It was all about the cross. We saw it sort of building up. He just anchored his run and arched it into the back post. Joao Felix, the goal scorer of both of Spurs' goals here in this semi-final. Maybe you've got question marks over the goalkeeper. Should he have done more? Could he have got there a little bit quicker? But what a finish.
You know, I'm not even sure that he expected that run to come in on that.
It wasn't even on the camera.
Yeah,
it was off the camera at the bottom of the screen.
Great vision, great cross, and a great finish by Joao Felix. An emphatic finish, you could say. Goal poacher looking to redeem himself after that goal, but his chance fizzled out a little bit there, and we go into halftime. Tom Lees and Tottenham taking the lead 2-1. A lot of momentum on their side. They have to be proud, happy, relieved to be going into halftime leading.
I I think obviously they'll be very happy. I think the way that he's played, he probably feels as though he should be leading. He's created more opportunities. I think West Ham, the only chance that I can really bring to mind is their goal that they did score. So there is plenty of more avenues of approach I can see in this game.
Definitely. I think that they'll be happy to at least be leading going into a match in general. As you said, they've come back from the back twice.
Yeah, from the depths of despair. We were commentating the match between Wolves and West Ham, myself and Brandon, in the quarterfinals, and we were sort of just getting the results through of the goals being scored. It went 3-1. And Spurs was trailing. We were almost writing there a victory. We were saying, yeah, I don't see them getting this back, and out of nowhere, Tom Lee scores 1, 2, 3 quick-fire goals.
Exactly that. Well, that's what experience at that level on the global stage especially will do when you have a partnership like Gorilla and Tom. Both of them have done this several times. Obviously, Tom winning it before, but you can't put it away do we have a chance here from West Ham? Again, similar to the first goal that we saw from Goal Poacher, but oh, wow, what a ball. He is in. Cantona is one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He's going to need to save it, but green time, not savable at all. Cool as you like. Ice in the veins for Tom Lees.
I think Goal Poacher will be more upset that the space was given. It was pretty Route 1 FIFA, to be honest. The ball over the top was there. He just hit it, and then the question mark comes down to, can he finish? What type of finish does he want to go for? Is it a skill move? Is it a ball roll? Or do you just put your laces through it, green time it, guarantee the goal as Tom Lees and Tottenham Hotspur well and truly in the driver's seat, Leo?
Definitely. I think you can see the frustration on Goal Poacher's face a little bit. He knows that he can compete at this level, having won the competition last year, but 2 goals is a significant deficit, but as we know, 2 goals is the worst lead to have.
He'll also be so disappointed that you're giving your teammate not a lot to work with.
Exactly.
Because you're not only playing for yourself, you're not in the solo games like we were in the group stages. You're playing as a team, and there's really an element of, if you're 3-1 down, do you just shut up shop? Do you say, I'm not going to concede anymore, I'm going to give you an element of hope that you can turn around 2 goals in the second leg? If this game, we're very early in this, ends 4 or 5 in the advantage of Spurs, it's almost written off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for those of you guys watching at home that aren't super familiar with FIFA Ultimate Team or FIFA in general, there's a lot that goes into game management when you are playing at this level in a competition like this one. Not only your game plan going into a match per game, but then obviously playing with 2 partners, or with partners rather. You have to keep all of these things in mind and take everything into consideration when competing.
Yeah, a chance here, just evolving out wide for Junior Firpo.
Cantona, Takua looking to find the space, Trivella, but not enough power on it to get past Van der Sar this time. Tom obviously has that confidence.
You should look at the shots he's taking. You're hitting a Trivella, looking for a green time Trivella. He timed it red, so it was never going to go in, but the confidence is flowing right now for Tom Lees and for Tottenham Hotspur.
Well, what a time for confidence to finally hit them in this competition. A chance here from West Ham, but not what they wanted in a position like that.
Just shows how open this game is, though. Spurs have a good opportunity right down the other end. West Ham United come knocking, and it's only a Van der Sar save, separating a 3-1 to a 3-2 scoreline.
A good ball in there, but a little bit too hard for Ruud Gullit to get a foot on. At this point, do you think Tom will try to see out the game or try to manage it?
I think he potentially smells blood in the water, and this could be wrapped up before the second leg even takes place. If Spurs can go 4-5, as I said previously, ahead, Dan Wright's got an impossible situation. To turn a game around like that in a one-legged scenario, it's very, very unlikely, and we don't see it a lot. All the quarterfinals so far we've seen 4-3, 2-3, 4-3, 4-5, 1-goal games.
Exactly that. A chance here from Mohamed Salah, but defended well, composed, extremely composed at the back, even with Van der Sar by Tom Lees and Tottenham. We mentioned that obviously Goal Poacher, having won the competition last year with a different partner in Dami, taking Dan Wright as his partner this year. Dan Wright was up to the task. He came, he performed well alongside his partner, but what a heroic story that would be if he ended up being the decision maker.
Yeah, being the saviour of this side.
What an over-the-top ball by Tom to Ruud Gullit, but defended very well and read very well by goal poacher.
And you see this game getting a little bit stretched as we enter the final stages. There's balls over the top, there's through balls in on goal.
That's a good ball in to Eric Cantona. Green time, but saved well. Great goalkeeper movement by Tom.
As we go into this pause here, what we got, 14 minutes left to play.
Not a lot of time for 2 goals.
Not a lot of time, but there's enough time for 1 goal.
There is enough time.
Just good. I think if you're in goal poacher's position here, a goal for either side changes this game very drastically. If Tom goes 4-1 up, a 3-goal turnaround, very unlikely. Goal poacher can just get 1 back and you lose this game 3-2. It's a 1-goal deficit. What did we just see from Leeds and Liverpool? A 1-goal deficit. Stokes turned it around, ended up winning the tie for Leeds United, and they've got a guaranteed semi-final spot. So every single moment, every single goal, key sort of element to these ties is important. It ties into the complexion of the game so nicely.
Exactly that, and I think perhaps goal poacher might even be playing for just a draw at this point. Nothing more, to be able to hand over the controller to Dan with some hope. Another chance here by goal poacher, but again, not enough oomph on the end of it.
I think it's a good way of putting it. I mean, we've seen a couple of substitutions coming on here as well for goal poacher. João Felix and Bernardo Silva as Felix.
What a ball in that was. What a Trivela finish by João Felix. João Felix is the man of the hour, huh?
Yeah, he's been magic inside the final third. And we talked about goals, we talked about key moments. That could rejuvenise this West Ham side.
Definitely, and I think you said it exactly right. Now it's just a 1-goal deficit. That's easy to come back from. There's lots of time to score.
It could get another. Could go 3-3.
It could go 3-3. And we will see what happens. Tom will have to change slightly. Perhaps he doesn't smell blood in the water, but perhaps this is a chance. David Ginola in, first time, calm as you like. He's like, yep, I did that. You can see the frustration.
All that hard work.
Yeah.
All that hard work from West Ham to get back into the game, to get within a goal. And almost instantly, Tom says, yeah, I don't care for that.
Yeah.
David Ginola, stick it in the back of the net for me.
Goal poacher slightly frustrated, maybe, perhaps motivated to get that goal back. We are nearing the end of the 90 at this point, and Tom's going to want to hold out this lead for Gorilla to take over. But even then, for Dan Wright to go into the second leg with only a 2-goal deficit is not the worst. It could be worse.
It could be a lot worse, and it might potentially be a 1-goal deficit if David Ginola can pull out something here for West Ham.
Ken indeed is looking to find the perfect opportunity to get that ball in. De Bruyne is who you want on the ball to get that ball in.
Oh,
and a mistake. Would it be what most would have done in that position, possibly? You think he's feeling the pressure?
He's probably just a button input too many when he was trying to manipulate the space in and around the edge of the box. It was a good opportunity, and he actually created the chance really well.
The composure that you need in
Spurs
front of goal.
could get 5.
Definitely Weghorst, perhaps shooting, perhaps crossing. First time, green time. You love the face of Tom Lees and the frustration in the face of goal poacher. He knows that this could possibly be the end of his run. Tom feeling happy, excited.
For the majority of this game, I've talked about a 3-goal swing. Could he get it to 3 goals? He has. 5 goals to 2. Spurs lead. It puts Gorilla in dreamland coming into this second leg. And Dan Wright, I mean, I hope he's got his hiking boots, because he has a mountain to climb if he wants to turn this game around.
Yes, indeed. If Tom is going to kick it out for the end of the 90s, Spurs lead 5 goals to 2 going into the second leg. Like you said, Dan Wright's got a job ahead of him.
Tom's done the job. He's done the job that he was set out to do. Spurs leading 5 goals to 2, and West Ham United, well, it's looking doubtful. But the Hammers looking to turn this around. What a game.
What a game that was indeed. I think if there was any time for Tom and Gorilla to find their confidence, find their fire, now would have been the time. Everything is on the line in this semi-final match because the final is next. It's do or die.
And we talked about Tom and Gorilla. We said when the going gets tough, they get going. And really, when we've got into these knockout games, this is where they have turned up. They've shown that steel that they have, and I've been very, very impressed by Spurs.
Me as well. Well, you guys, we are going to take a quick break, but we will be back shortly to see if Dan Wright can pull this off for West Ham. Welcome back, you guys. We are almost ready for our second game in our semi-final match between Tottenham Hotspur and West Ham. North London Derby, had to throw that in there. This time on Xbox between Gorilla and Dan Wright. Dan Wright, as you mentioned, hopefully can pull something back for West Ham. He's got a lot of work to do, though.
Yeah, he has a massive, massive ask ahead of him, trailing 5-2 after the... not going to say demolition, but the emphatic first leg performance from Tom Lees for Tottenham Hotspur. They are right on the edge of a grand final. 2 FGS playing spots to be guaranteed for Tottenham Hotspur if they hold on this Xbox leg. And you're giving it to a former world champion. Described in his day as the best player in the world. All he's going to do is hold on to a 3-goal lead.
Definitely. Well, let's take a quick look, if you're just joining us, at what happened in the first leg between Goal Poacher and Tom Lees, both previous winners themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, the 2 previous champions going head-to-head. It was an end-to-end game. Spurs, West Ham. Whipped into the back post. Tottenham did go back in front. 2 goals to 1, should I say. Going into the second half, it was all Spurs traffic.
Definitely Cantona in here. This was another emphatic green time finish by Tom and Tottenham. An instant reply with the Travella finish from West Ham and goal poacher.
And then it's just so important for Tom Leeson's Spurs to answer right back. And he did it emphatically. 2 late goals inside the last 10 minutes of the game. All his finishers, I have to say, green timed, whether it's Weghorst, Ginola or João Felix, all of them putting that exclamation mark on the strike. Shows the confidence, shows the momentum. They're riding a crest of a wave right now. Are Tottenham Hotspur looking to book a place in the grand finals?
Definitely. We spoke before about how, you know, Tom can be a little hard on himself sometimes, and we've seen that a little bit this weekend, but I think he must be elated after that win, and like you said, handing it to a former world champion, one of the best in the UK, so it should be an easy feat for Gorilla.
Yeah, the opening, I want to say 15 to 30 minutes is going to be really impactful on how this game transpires. That man on your screen, Gorilla, this is his story of the EPL so far. He's won 1, lost 2, scored 6, conceded 7. It's not been a fantastic display from Gorilla. However, he's done what he needed to do, Spencer, really, and he's been given the controller for this second leg. If he can go into half-time, I even want to say, with that 3-goal advantage intact, I think Spurs will be looking at a grand final.
Definitely. Well, taking a look at his opponent in Dan Wright, obviously, like we mentioned, playing with goal poacher in the ePremier League for the first time this season. Perhaps some shoes to fill after Dami last year. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's some definite shoes to fill. Different club, but same mentality. One thing about Dan Wright that's been so catching the eye-catching, another way of saying it, is the amount of goals that he's scored. 18. And he's conceded 11, but one of the highest goal scorers individually here in the EPL. They were ravagers in the final third during the group stages, and we need to see a similar display like that if he wants to turn this game around. We know he's got the game. Can he perform on the biggest of stages? That's the question.
Exactly that. Well, something to note in these stats, 0 losses. So I'm not sure he'd be looking to make that one today.
Yeah, in his individual matchups, he's been very, very solid, has Dan Wright. Can he continue? Is the question that's about to be answered. Those 4 players on the screen right there will be going head to head. Tom and goal poacher, they can take a seat back because their work is done. Tom will be a little bit happier with his 9 to 5 compared to goal poacher, but final few touches being made for these players. Gorilla.
How do you think Dan Wright might feel going up against a FIFA phenomenon like Gorilla?
I would say that there might be nerves, but realistically, does he have anything to lose?
It's true.
He's going 5-2 down. Like, it would, even the biggest Dan Wright fan might be a little bit sceptical if he can turn this game around. I'm sure he believes in his own ability, and rightfully so. They were outstanding in the EPL up to coming into Tottenham Hotspur. It's really sort of a tough problem to run into. Spurs have been very, very good. They've levelled up in the knockouts.
They have indeed. Well, they have indeed, and I think that, like we said, a little bit of a struggle to get here. Barely scraping through to the quarterfinals, to day 2.
1 point.
1 point.
Yeah.
And perhaps some passion, belief, luck that put them through, and of course skill on top of that. But they've shown in that last match why they deserve to be here and why they can win.
And it's important that you mention those group standings where they went through on 11 compared to 10. It was Gorilla in that final game against Leicester City. He won his match, and that was the game that put them through. That was the game that gave them enough points to go ahead of the 3 teams that were battling out for the second spot. So Gorilla, he's the man for the job. He's done it in the group standings. All he's got to do, if he keeps a clean sheet, they're in the final.
Exactly that. Well, you guys, let's head over to Kyle to chat with RSD, who, as we know, did get eliminated in the last match against Crystal Palace. But let's see what they have to say.
Leah, Richard, thank you so much. RSD, it's great to chat to you. Thank you for doing this as well. I know it's not easy coming off the back of a loss and then how difficult that is to process it. And I'm asking you some questions, so we'll try and make it as friendly as ever. First ever tournament, you're here at the ePremier League. I mean, let's just focus on that. It must have been a special weekend for yourself.
Yeah, first LAN, of course. First time competing here. I enjoyed it as much as I can say. It was a good experience, and I've just soaking it in.
I can tell that, and I mean, for me, it's one of those things where you're here at LAN, and I know that it's very different to the last few years where we've had tournaments, we've all been in our bedrooms, we've all been playing, and you get to the stage, you know that there's people watching you, you know that there's an audience now, and the pressure all of a sudden comes onto yourself. How did you deal with that, do you think, over this weekend?
So day one, my first game, my hands were trembling. I was panicking a lot. After the first game, I realised it's not that different. I just had to get the reps in. And game 2, I was flying. Game 3, I was flying. Game 4 we were already through, so that was fine. I woke up today, so we were playing Palace. Ethan Higgins is my good friend, so it was a hard game. That another more trembling game, and just.
I've been there, believe me. I've played this game and my hands are always trembling. Let's have a quick look, though, at some of your highlights from your games, because we're talking about this one, Crystal Palace. Difficult. They were the top seed coming into the tournament, and obviously 3-2 up going into this one, 3-3. What do you do here? How do you combat this when Crystal Palace go ahead?
When Crystal Palace went ahead, I switched formation. I started in a 5-back. I went to a 4-back to make the full-backs overlap. And see, Weghorst, we bring on the big players, try and get some big goals, and luckily we didn't get what we wanted. But.
Well, unluckily, I understand that, but here's your player profile. 2 wins, 2 losses, 12 goals for, 9 against, goal difference of 3. I mean, are you happy with your own performance this weekend? Does this make you go, do you know what, I know I can improve, but I'll be back next year?
Day 1, yep, 100%. I felt amazing. It was actually the best I've ever played. Day 2, I played 1 game and it was an unfortunate loss. But yeah, I'm ready to come back next year and hopefully do more better.
Now, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, all right? I know that these guys might be listening just over here. Well, who do you think's going to go on and do well? Who might be lifting these trophies? What team are you thinking might be able to do this today?
Well, hopefully we lose to the winner. So I'd go Crystal Palace.
What's been so special about them? Because for Ethan, he's had to obviously adapt a little bit, and he's not got his usual partner that he might have away from this tournament, but with his new partner right here, it seems to still be working.
Yeah, Ethan, he can adapt to things. He's got loads of LAN experience. He's done it all. He knows what he's doing, and he's gonna. I think he will know.
Oh, let's see. I like that. You didn't sit on the fence. Thank you so much there, RSD. I hope you have enjoyed this weekend. It's been special to see you here, and I'm sure you'll be back next year with plenty more LAN experience under your belt. Leah, Richard, that's the thoughts of RSD. Do you agree with him? Crystal Palace, are they going all the way? Sit on the fence.
Thank you, Kyle. Well, you know what? We have to give it to RSD and his teammate Redlac, because I don't know if anyone expected Nottingham to go as far as they did. We love an underdog story, and I think up until this point, that's what we got.
Yeah, Forest were outstanding during the EPL. Kyle, it's not the final yet, mate, so I'm not going to give a prediction. We don't know who's going to be in the final. We've still got a semi-final, 2 semi-finals to get completed. One thing that I do want to talk about just on the back of that interview was the first line event that Ricky RSD he's playing in. I think he's got a lot to be proud of. He's got a lot to take away from. I think that's the beauty of the EPL, the ePremier League as well. It encourages people who maybe aren't competing in the global series, maybe aren't competing in other European or global competitions, that this is the tournament to get your foot in the door. This is the tournament that you can build upon. You can use it potentially as a stepping stone. You can use it to propel your career into the next level, as we've seen previous winners do. It's really the perfect opportunity for any UK-based FIFA talent.
Definitely. I think it's not easy to come and not only perform on the big stage, but there's something to be said about being here on the stage with people watching you. Not only that, all of football fans that are watching on Sky Sports are all watching you. The lights are hot, they're bright. It's a lot of pressure. So yep. I think that, you know, for them to perform as well as they did and go as far as they did, I think is really a testament to perhaps the success that they could have in the future.
I also think as well, being in these sort of situations where you've got so many other FIFA pros, you get the respect of your peers. You get the respect of those players like Tex and Stokes who have been around the block and won multiple trophies. You being at this event, your name being visible, it takes you up that next ladder, that next run on the ladder, shall we say.
Definitely. Maybe RSD is a future ePremier League winner. We never know. But first, what we're going to do is we are going to hear from Shari from Fulham. He unfortunately didn't make it to day 2, but let's hear what he has to say with Rachel and Sam.
Delighted to be joined by Shari up here. You were in the group of death, we're calling it as well, Group B. It was a Fulham, you've had so much experience, haven't you, in this event. What was this weekend like?
Definitely was classed as like the group of death, and my teammate did really, really well. We missed out by 1 point, but the talent here, the players are just absolutely amazing. You know, it's such high stakes. Just tough, yeah, tough.
Tom's a really good friend of yours, a player you know very well. He said in the previous game that it was one of his quickest reactions. You've been watching him throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
What's been your thoughts?
Well, Tom, obviously me and Tom speak every day. Like, he's like a best mate. And I was just so buzzing to see that leg there, because that's like Tom in full flow mode when, you know, I can see he's confident, he's green in his shots, and he's got a smile on his face. And that's what we love to see. Like, with any player, we'd love to see everyone just enjoying the tournament with a smile on their face, and like kept looking over at all of us as well, which was so funny every time he celebrated. So yeah, like a 5-2 lead going into that game, you do fancy Spurs to go through.
Do you feel like seeing the previous games that Tom played, where he left it quite late, he had a quick start against West Ham, did you really see a difference?
Yeah, it's like a confidence builder, isn't it? I mean, Tom did have a few close games that he edged through, and obviously that's through Tom's experience. He's a very experienced player, been at a lot of tournaments, won obviously the Premier League in the past before as well. It's just nice. As soon as you get that like couple goal lead, you can start just playing free flow in FIFA. So that's really good.
You said you text him every day.
Yeah.
On there, give us some insight. How was he feeling ahead of this one? And did you speak to him last night after the dramatic way he went
we
through?
We had a good chill one last night. Tom got to bed at a decent time, as he needed to.
Good.
But yeah, no, we like I said, we do speak a lot. He was, you know, I think he mentioned in an interview before, he probably wasn't his most confident self coming into it. But it shows Tom's level is no matter how he's feeling, he can reach that top level. And you know, they're a game away from making it to the final here, and I'm just buzzing for him. And hopefully Gorilla can go get the job done here.
Got to talk about what happened a little bit earlier as well. Liverpool getting knocked out, which was a massive moment. We possibly didn't expect that. Leeds going through, and obviously you know Tom Stokes pretty well as well. What did you make of that?
Again, it's just a game that features so many of my friends, so it's very difficult. I'm previous teammates with Stokes, so you know that's a crazy thing as well. Obviously, Tex and Diogo, very good mates, and Oli Lito, an amazing player and good mate as well. But Stokes, he's a guy who can score a lot of goals, so obviously that Tex game being 1-0, you never knew the Diogo and Stokes game which way it was going to go. And then obviously a last-minute winner like that, after he red-timed the shot, does create the good drama, but that's what we want to see at the big tournaments like this.
Can I put you on the spot one final time? Who's taking the honours this time?
I have to say Spurs are going to take it.
Oh, of course he does.
Of course I have to say Spurs, let's be honest.
And he can hear you as well, because he's sitting in a booth because the game is about to start. Sorry for the delay, but Leah and Rich are ready to call the rest of this one.
Thank you, Rachel. We are ready indeed. A lot of excitement on the line, a lot on the line in general.
Yeah, great to hear as well from two players who know these pros better than anyone. We've had two different predictions from two players who were playing in this exact ePremier League finals. Ricky, RSD, thinking that Crystal Palace might take home the victory, and Shori, good friend of both Tom and Gorilla, thinking that Spurs will be lifting the trophy aloft.
Well, we are underway, and we will see exactly who will be playing in that final after these 90 minutes, as long as there's no draw. If there's a draw, then things might be different.
Yeah, I mean, a draw would be... It would mean that we've seen a ridiculous comeback.
Ridiculous.
And maybe even a bit of a capitulation as well. You've probably got to say 3 goals advantage. If you give a pro player that advantage, they snap your hand off. So before we were sort of previewing this match, before we got to hear from RSD and Shori, I said that the first goal, the first moments of this game are going to be so important.
Definitely, and I think that you know, Gorilla has started off well. He looks confident, composed, maintaining some of that possession. It's still early days, but like you said, having that 3-goal cushion will really give him the confidence he needs to go into this game. Dan, obviously, like we had mentioned several times, has a mountain to climb, but maybe he does have his boots. Maybe he's willing to climb it.
If the first goal goes in his favour, maybe he can start to scale.
Ultimately, you know, 3 goals is a hefty lead, but it's not a huge lead. It's not a massive lead, and that could have been a chance there with a good run in from David Ginola, but calmly defended by Gorilla.
And it's promising signs as well for Dan Wright of West Ham. I say that. He's just been potentially through balls, good offside trap, making sure that his players were up. But I think the approach from Dan Wright, because he's got to go for the game, it actually suits Gorilla. That's the sort of game he wants to play, an end-to-end. You score, I score a fair, as Dan Wright forced a save from Edwin van der Sar.
That could have been really close. That could have been the momentum that Dan Wright needed this early in the game.
He started well, West Ham. They've started this second leg well.
It looks like perhaps maybe the pressure is fueling him instead of getting to him.
Well, I also think the pressure's off. Like, if you go on and lose this game 3-0, yeah, my teammate lost by 3 goals as well. So what we got to lose? I think the pressure would start if he gets a goal back. And then there's like an element of a comeback starting to emerge.
Definitely, and I think, you know, on the opposite end, like you said, it could be pressure to, I mean, great for Gorilla to go into this game with 3 goals, but pressure to maintain that 3-goal lead. But there could be a chance here, looking very composed in the box, trying to create that space. Whew. Can't even imagine doing that, honestly.
The dead start into the Elastico, trying to just open an avenue towards Gorilla.
As I was saying, I feel like, you know, a cushion is amazing, but he has to maintain it. Like, you know, that would be 1 and then potentially concede 2 and be in a position where now he has to really, you know, it's not, like Shari said, it's not free-flowing FIFA anymore.
Because then you start questioning yourself, do I change formation? Do I potentially go into something a bit more defensive and try and hold this game out? But he's getting so much space at the back.
He's got 3 up, lots and lots of space. Can he capitalize? Green time off the post. 4 goals now.
I think that could be game over. I know it's early to say, but Dan Wright had to score first. He had to put Gorilla under pressure. He had to try and level up this tie as quickly as possible. 6 goals to 2. Gorilla and Spurs lead.
That's a huge lead. That's really, really...
Did you expect him to shoot?
I mean, you know what? I thought he was going to...
I thought there were a pass.
Yeah, I thought he was going to square it, to be honest, but he missed that opportunity and then just took the shot and it went off the post. So.
Green timed again.
Love to see it.
As well. Eliminating all doubt.
You love to see that. I think, you know, still like early days in this match, 4 goals, a lot more than 3, that's for sure. I think 1 more goal here from Gorilla and Tottenham and it's curtains.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 more, a 5-goal swing is inconceivable. 4 goals, maybe, but still, it looks doubtful. I think if we can get into maybe half-time or the 60th minute, you're probably starting to look towards who Tottenham could be facing in that grand final, how they're going to be preparing, watching the footage of the second semi between Leeds and Palace.
I think Shari made a good point too in saying that, you know, once you have that cushion, it's just free-flowing FIFA. So once Gorilla can get 1, 2, 3 goals up, he has the ability to play that free-flowing FIFA that he's used to playing with his friends, or, you know, when he's practicing, something that takes the pressure off where he can really do what he's used to doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of it here, just holding the ball around the back, not having to go forward, not having the pressure of scoring multiple goals. You've been given a glorious platter that Tom Lees has presented to you.
Definitely. Well, West Ham on the counter here. Dan looking to get something from this attack, but being pressured very hard by Gorilla. But can he make something from this? He cannot.
But now sort of the question could start to arise of, does Dan Wright even back himself? You're 4 goals down. You've got half of FIFA half a game to play.
Well, I was going to say that actually. What would you do if you were Dan Wright in this situation? Obviously, there has to be eventually some changes made. He needs 4 goals at this point to even equalize, excuse me, to have a chance to go through to that deciding game. Do you change your tactics? Do you make substitutions? Do you go all-out attack? Do you wait till halftime?
You've got to go for it. I think sooner rather than later, this could be one of those chances that he needs. Just got a block on the way through, didn't it?
It's unlucky there from Dan Wright and Eric Cantona, but needed a little more power on that.
So much space.
Gorilla on the counter here, has some bodies in the box. You know that he's confident in front of goal. He can twist and turn to be able to find that space, but composed defending by Dan Wright. On the counter here, similar, but on the opposite end, Joao Felix we saw a lot of in the first game with Tom and goal poacher, but no such luck. Gorilla leads 1-0, 6-2 on aggregate at the halftime whistle.
Yeah, he's doing his job, is Gorilla, so far in this semi-final. He was given the lead with a 3-goal advantage. I think the main thing that I've seen so far, so much space on that far side of the pitch. That's where all his attacks seem to be coming from. Yep. Emerson Royale is playing a pivotal part in those attacks. Dan Wright throwing bodies forward. What does that mean? Space in behind.
Definitely, I think that, you know, I mean, Emerson Royale doing the job for Tottenham that they need him to do.
And now, really, it's just all... Can Dan Wright bring out the biggest comeback in ePremier League history? Is he the man for the miracle to happen?
What a story that would be. That would be crazy. You saw there Tom and Gorilla both looking pretty chill. Could call it a kickabout with the boys.
There's one man who's not kicking it about, and that's Erling Haaland. He means business, and he's on the pitch for West Ham United.
Could Erling Haaland be the difference maker that West Ham need? He's big, he's strong. We know he can finish.
He also scores like 4 on the regular for Man City, so he just needs it for West Ham now.
Exactly that. West Ham couldn't quite keep that ball in. What do you do if you're Gorilla in this position? Is he smelling blood at this point, or is he
just see the game out?
Managing the game.
You also don't want to get embroiled in the comeback, so I think he would rather just keep the ball, keep it ticking over, and see this game out as a 6-2 scoreline. If it goes 6-3, maybe even 6-4, Dan Wright and West Ham start to believe, and that could just plant a seed of doubt in the mind of Gorilla. So keep your eyes on that clock. If we get to maybe 60 to 65 to 70, and this lead is still intact, start to pencil in Tottenham Hotspur into the ePremier League Grand Final.
Definitely, I think that would be great momentum, especially after the games that both Tom and Gorilla have played up until this point. A lot of confidence, great momentum going into that Grand Final for Tottenham.
A little bit scrappy in the middle of the pitch. It will fall West Ham's way, but again, just can't penetrate, can't break that Spurs defence.
Pause queued up by West Ham, looking to make some of those tactical changes and substitutions that they'll need to be able to, I mean, at this point, all-out attack.
Yeah, absolutely, and really, I think from a Tottenham perspective, you may be thinking ahead to that Grand Final, and do you think it's played a big factor on, would the semi-final have been different had the consoles been the other way around? Say Gorilla played first, and then Tom Lees is coming in second. Tom was able to amount such a great lead for Spurs coming into this second leg that it wasn't really that much of a contest.
Definitely, I mean, I'm going to say no at this point because Tom did give such a golden platter to Gorilla going into the second game, but I think that perhaps you're right, that could have been the change that gave Tom the confidence, because instead, you know, he wasn't having to do a
comeback job.
Yeah. He could do what he knows that he can do from the get-go and then hand the controller over to Gorilla with
it is all hypothetical and it's all situational, because Gorilla also, his sort of motivation has definitely declined. He's leading 4-0. Coming into the second leg, he was 3 goals advantage, so there is just an interesting talking point. That's all. I'm sure it'll get the debate raging online as well.
And you can see, like you mentioned before, that wing play with a lot of space.
It's very dangerous.
Definitely. He's looking to perhaps take a lot of that space and get a 7th.
I'd love to see the Emerson Royale heat map and Junior Firpo, because they've been up and down all game long.
Maybe we'll see a virtual goal compilation of Emerson Royale.
There he is again. You can't miss him.
Man of the hour. Some good close control dribbling from Gorilla as well. But like you said, and like we had said previously, Gorilla just looking to see it out, not looking to make any, you know, rash decisions, any mistakes that...
Don't give him the chance. Don't make it a game that's unnecessarily to be involved in.
Exactly.
Right now, it's almost when your older sibling used to play with you, and they do it just because they were there. Gorilla's just taking part at this point. He knows that the game is almost over, and he's probably not wanting to burn out as well. You've got a massive grand final that's taking place in maybe an hour and 30 minutes, where you have to be at your very best, because that side coming into it, I don't want to tempt fate, but I don't think this will be a scenario where you're 7 goals up with 20 minutes left to play. This is the biggest goal margin that we've seen in the entirety of the ePremier League knockouts so far. Every other game was won by a goal. We've had 5 difference.
Crazy. Can we see 3 goals each? 3 from Tom, 3 from Gorilla?
Potentially. I don't really think Gorilla cares, to be honest.
You can see the frustration in the face of Dan Wright. He knows that this might be the end of his journey.
It was served a really tough situation, and I'm sure Goal Poacher will be even more frustrated than himself to allow the game to get away from him in the manner that he did. If we're going to watch the footage back and you're going to be critical, it was 3-2 going into the 80th minute.
Yeah.
Tom scored 2 goals in the last 8 minutes of the game. 8-9 minutes, and the game then got away from them. This matchup right here between Spurs and West Ham just further shows the significance of that first leg. You have to come out of the first leg with maybe a goal, 2 goals maximum deficit. If you're going more than that, it's just too big of a mountain. I mentioned it before, it's too big for your teammate to get up.
Definitely. I think, you know, ultimately have to give credit where credit is due. West Ham did make it to the semi-final of the ePremier League, the biggest competition in the UK. So perhaps some, you know, a diamond in the rough. Some, what do you call it? What's the saying?
Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a saying. No, I don't know. It's in my head, but it's not allowed. A silver lining. It's a silver lining.
It's just, they made top 4. They got some prize money, and I'm sure for Goal Poacher right now, he won't be thinking about that. But you'll be able to reflect back on it and say we had a very good tournament. We were one of the standout performers in the group standings and in the knockouts. It just wasn't meant to be. As one previous champion of the ePremier League falls, Tom Lees, Tottenham Hotspur and Gorilla will continue.
It does seem that way. Can we make the goal differential one more, though, before the final whistle?
Looking ahead, I know you're not going to be on the next semi-final. Any, I'll ask for a little prediction. Anything that you're expecting?
I know how badly Crystal Palace want this. Ethan specifically to get that playoff spot, but I don't know. The roster that Leeds have is just so strong. One of the best players in the UK, one of the best players in Sweden. I mean, both performed incredibly on the global stage. I think that if I was to predict, I would say it'll be Tottenham and Leeds in the final.
Well, there you go. See if it comes true.
You?
Don't give predictions. But I think it'll be a great game. I think it'll be a really, really good game.
It's a very...
very political answer.
Yeah, very
Chance here for West Ham, whipped into the back post, doesn't fall to him there in the end. It sort of just petered out, this game. But it was, if we're going to be honest, over after the first leg. That huge advantage that Tom Lees was able to give Gorilla and give Tottenham Hotspur was just too big to climb.
I think so too. One more final chance, and you know what? I thought that was going in the back of the net, but it might here. It wasn't. It was offside. Full-time whistle blowing very shortly, and there you have it. Tottenham Hotspur going through to our grand final, and unfortunately West Ham going home. Congratulations and commiserations to the both teams, but incredible scenes for Tottenham.
I think you can tell that they knew this game was over by the lack of celebration at the end. They'd probably already got themselves up for it. They already knew that the journey isn't over yet. Earlier on today, me and Brandon previewed Tottenham Hotspur. I said it's the last dance for these two in the FIFA 23 Global Series, and they will be continuing. They've got a guaranteed play-in spot. They're looking to go one further and make it to the play-offs. What an emphatic victory for Tottenham Hotspur. 7-2. They just beat West Ham.
Yeah, and that's the craziest scoreline that we've seen this entire tournament, like you mentioned.
Yeah, a remarkable performance from Spurs. We get to see some of the moments that got them over the line right here in this PlayStation semi-final. All the work was done in the first leg. It was João Felix getting himself a couple of goals early doors. West Ham did answer back, but the damage was done, Leah, in this first leg.
I think so too, especially with this emphatic cross and ridiculous finish to put Tom and Tottenham up 2-1. I think after that you have to, scoring a goal like that just gives you all the confidence in the world, I'm sure. Another over-the-top lob pass through to Cantona, in behind, and a green time finish. Easy, calm as you like.
Yeah, West Ham did get a goal back to make it 3-2. That was with whoever but João Felix. However, Wout Weghorst linking in to David Ginola. Assister turned provider was Weghorst because he got his name on the score sheet right here. Green time to finish. Nothing the keeper can do about it at all, as Tom Lees potentially phones in not only the celebration but calls up the grand finals and said, book a place.
We're coming.
We are coming.
Definitely Emerson Royale. First time green finish off the far post. That'll go in his goal compilation, I'm sure. Second half, Gorilla maintaining that lead. This is kind of where, the game started tapering off. He knew that he was likely going through, but an easy goal to Ginola. Taking a quick look at our bracket, Tottenham Hotspur through to the final and will face one of Crystal Palace and Leeds United. Both very strong teams. Both deserve to be in the position they're in, but only one can go on to that grand final. And we are close. We have one more semifinal left, but before that, we will take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
to say it's Tottenham Hotspur. I mean, this time yesterday we were sat here and they were waiting on results to go in their favour to actually make it through to the quarter-finals, Alex.
Yeah, I think they'll be the first ones to say they didn't think they're going to be here this time today, but they've relished the opportunities that they've had. I mean, they're starting to cook a little bit now as well. I mean, yesterday I was saying they weren't performing to the standards that Gorilla and Tom, kind of expect for themselves, but now they're cooking and getting moving. There's a possible chance we do see that two-time champion.
I mean, 7-2, the scoreline over West Ham there. We're calling that the Samantha Miller derby. Even just joined us. She played for both those sides back in her footballing days. I mean, what do you think the difference was, especially from Tom, who had been struggling a little bit and just getting those results at the end of each game? Why do you think he came out and played like he did then, Sam?
Well, I think Spurs are starting to peak at the right time. That's where experience shines through. I think they've got a different outlook on today. It's knockout stages, so every game counts. And I think with Tom, where he has left it late in the previous games, I think he's gone all out attack really quickly and he's tried to give himself that goal cushion early on, and he's put Gorilla in a very fortunate position.
Yeah, and you were saying a little bit about Gorilla quickly, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, for Gorilla as well, that going into that second leg, he had that lead, knowing that Tom put him in a good position. There's one thing we know about Gorilla, he's not going to sit back and play defensively. It probably wouldn't suit him, and that's why we saw him come out and have that convincing win. But also, going back to Tom, he's green timing pretty much every finish, and that is just a big sign to say that someone's very confident right now.
Yeah, well, again, Tom as well, he's the only player to have ever won the EPL and now put himself in a final. So that's history in itself. Right, well, you probably can see behind us, we have another pod getting ready there. So we've got our next semi-final, that's Leeds taking on Crystal Palace. Let's look at Crystal Palace as a team first and see how they've been getting on. Ben and Ethan. Ethan, the #1 player in Europe at the moment. He's on fine form up against his teammate Ben, who isn't looking nervous in this position he finds himself. He's been smiling at me from behind there, and looking at their achievements so far, Alex, there's all the reason to smile.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Ben, this is his first tournament, and he's been doing enough, really, to kind of help Ethan get by. But with it coming into your first tournament, if there's someone that you can have next to you to say, can we go all the way to that final, Ethan's the one to kind of have that ability. He's the #1 ranked player in Europe right now. So that partnership between them, that experience that Ethan offers, have certainly helped Ben kind of come through and get those results. However, they are up against Leeds, which Ollie Ito and Tom Stokes, I think that's a completely different story.
Yeah, and do you think there's, no offence, the naivety there to Ben of not really realising what the situation is? It's the biggest tournament. Everyone wants to qualify for this one.
It would be a huge underdog story if they were to make it to the finals. But for me, I think Ollie Lito will have a lot of fire in his belly after previously making a final, losing out on penalties. And I think that Ollie Lito is having a great year. He did win a lot this year already. So I think that it's important for Leeds to get to the final if you look at their stature. But Crystal Palace will be fearless and they'll just do everything in their power, but I think the experience of Leeds will prove pivotal now.
Roles reverse for Leeds this time as well. Stokes is up first. Ololita gets to sit and watch that unfold. Again, mind games there. You've got to put yourself in different situations constantly, just looking at their stats this tournament as well. Stokes there I was talking about, and Ololito.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup, more so for the fact of that Stokes attacks, we know that. He scores goals, right? So he could get a convincing win over Ethan here, but Ethan's not a pushover. Ethan could take it the other end, which then means that Ollie Ito would have to kind of put something on his back and see if he can get the result. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-2 draw here, and then we'll really start to see, has Ben got what it takes at the highest level of FIFA to see if he can get that win over Ollie Ito as well.
I mean, Tom as well said his heart rate was going after the half, and do you think it's calmed down yet, Sam?
I think so, but I'm going to call him the comeback king because the manner in the win over Diogo was something special, and I think that will really drive him now. And I can see actually Stokes really performing in this match, and then Ollie Lito, it's going to be a massive game for him as well.
I thought that as well. The fact that Tom, he's not long played, he would want to be first right now. So this is going to suit him to a T. To have that comeback and manage to get the win over Liverpool, he'd be saying, get me back on that controller, let's go.
You can't discount any player there. You saw that reaction from Tom Stokes and Ololito there. That was a last-minute winner over Liverpool to secure their spot behind us there. It's all getting pretty exciting in that pod, so let's get to the second semi-final. Leeds taking on Crystal Palace. Gravison and Brandon Smith had the pleasure of this one, boys.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, semi-final number 2 here in the ePremier League. Who will be joining Spurs in that grand final? Myself, Brownsmith, and Jaime Alvarez taking you through this one. Grav, we only hope the quarterfinals can live up and deliver what they did in this instant here, especially for Leeds United. What a game that was against Liverpool. What a result it was on the flip side. It was nailed tongue. It was back and forth between Crystal Palace and Nottingham Forest. Only one of them can get to the grand final. What a game this one plans to be.
I mean, what a game between Crystal Palace and Leeds is potentially can be, but also what a game between Ethan and Stokes we're about to witness. One of the best matches we can see in the UK scene, I would say. And yeah, I mean, let's go for it.
And as a pro player yourself in this environment, Gravison, just for those at home that might be new to competitive FIFA, yes, it's Crystal Palace Leeds, but in terms of the individuals here, we know that Ethan is the #1 UK player. You know, we're looking at 2 top 5, top 10 UK players here. These two have got so much history. They've played a lot of games against each other outside of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Ethan's been around since FIFA 20, and Stokes has been around since forever, I would say. So yeah, they probably played a lot over the last few years. And I'd say Ethan is the favorite right now because of how he's been playing this year, but you can never count out Stokes. And yeah,
I mean, we saw that in the last game, didn't you? You cannot count this man out. Tom Stokes, the oldest player left in this tournament, has had an incredible FIFA esports career as a pro player. This one's certainly got to be up there on the mantle of achievements he's had. What's interesting about Leeds and Crystal Palace, they were both semi-finalists last year, but they fell at this hurdle. Crystal Palace losing to a penalty shootout to Brentford, if you remember rightly. And Leeds losing to the hands of Norwich as that ball goes out of play. These two did actually play in a past tournament as well, didn't they, Gravison? There was a bit of a storyline there that involved Tom Stokes being knocked out of the tournament by Ethan, right?
Basically, they were both 0-2, and Ethan basically, I wouldn't say destroyed him, but he beat him like by a big result. So yeah,
there's a chance for Tom Stokes. It was a clever one more pass back into David Ginola. But yeah, back to your point, it was not the nicest of results, and I can assure you somewhere in that mind for Tom Stokes today, I'll be thinking, look, there's a great bit of revenge for me here, and it wouldn't be any sweeter than a semi-final.
Definitely. I think Stokes is one of those players who, if you go for a big win against him, he'll bounce back, definitely, because he's a player with loads of character. So let's see what he can do today.
Here comes Ethan with his first real chance to get this ball forward. What a season this young man is having. Got picked up by England off the back of how good he's been in the FIFA scene. I remember it was like it yesterday when he first broke through into the competitive scene. Into the box, that one will go. It's Hullet and Van Dijk in the air. A chance to break away. That was read pretty well by Trent Alexander-Arnold. Just to get your opinions, Gravison, on the choice of players for these ePremier League teams. I said it to a couple of the guys and players. It's probably been the most stacked in terms of opportunities to use so many different players. Heroes, icons, different promo players. These squads are just so stacked. It must be so hard as a pro to choose what 11 players represent you here. Oh my days! João Felix! With an absolute belter from 30 plus yards. You saw him flick it up and you thought, surely not. Not a power shot. Not from there. Ethan Higgins went, yes please, 1-0 Crystal Palace.
I mean, wow. Green time power shot. That seems like an easy thing to do, but it's really not. And yeah, Crystal Palace with the lead. Amazing goal by Ethan. And to be honest, there is not much that Stokes could have done differently defending that situation.
But back to the point I was saying, there's such a choice of items, isn't there, this year in the Premier League?
Definitely. I mean, you can use Harvey Elliott, you can use João Felix, you can use Haaland, you can use Ginola, you can use Cantona. I mean, I don't know. It's just too much.
It's like going to the candy shop, isn't it? There's just so much choice of different items to use, especially those new birthday footballer items. But that power shot there for those at home, it is a new addition to FIFA 23. And if you can do it right, it can produce that. Yeah, moments of magic.
Definitely. And it's especially overpowered in the corner situation. The corner situation is really hard to defend it.
Leeds trying to find a way back into this game. Keep in mind that this is the semi-final of the Premier League. Winner gets £15,000 and they'll be going into the grand final with a FIFA 23 Global Series play-in spot guaranteed. If you win the tournament, you do get £30,000 and the Global Series playoffs, alongside being crowned this year's ePremier League champion, as Ethan looks to double his lead. He goes deep into Eric Cantona, who just has to time that green. And Crystal Palace, in the first leg, have a 2-goal cushion. And if anything, it's a serious wake-up call for Leeds United, as they have to try and get this game back in control, because everything that's going forward is being timed green by Ethan. He is on form. Incredible start from Crystal Palace.
Yeah, and that just speaks about the level of confidence Ethan has this season. As Alex just mentioned, every time you score, it's a green time. It just shows how confident, how good you are. And it's going to be hard for Stokes. He obviously paused the game to do some tactical adjustments, but it's just not only the 2 goals Ethan has scored. I mean, he hasn't conceded anything in the tournament.
Well, I was doing a bit of research coming into this game. You wouldn't believe how little Ethan has conceded. I think up to this point he's only conceded 2 goals.
6 matches.
That is ridiculous. That's across 4 group games, a knockout match.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And even in FIFA 23, there are many situations where you have to defend perfectly for your opponent not to score. In a German cross, in a tap-in. And Ethan's just been consistently good.
So on the flip side for Tom Stokes, he may have conceded quite a few goals. He scored plenty, but he is unbeaten. He's still not dropped a game in this. Keep in mind, he beat Diogo in that last matchup in the quarterfinals and went unbeaten in the group stages. He has been the unbeaten player out of the 2 for Leeds. Of course, his teammate Oli Lito will take on Ben Evans of Crystal Palace in the next matchup.
We're seeing a slower build-up from Stokes.
Do you think this is an important result for Crystal Palace as well? Of course, yes, Brandon, to win the game is obviously, but more the factor of we're being really critical here for Ben Evan. First ever pro tournament. Yes, he's played superbly well. Yes, he's got to this stage. He held his own against Nottingham Forest and was able to get that result through. But if you look at the head-to-head against Oli Lito, a player that has been here, there and everywhere, he's going to score goals. He does score goals, and it could be a bit of a handful for Ben to deal with. Hence why if Crystal Palace can get a 2-goal or a 3-goal cushion going into that game, it could aid them quite a lot.
Definitely, because when you have an amateur, you don't know what to expect. And Olelito in the ePrem, at the moment, finalist, 2-time semi-finalist. So you know he's going to perform well. For Ben actually to have a bigger cushion, it's important for him, because if it gets tight, it might be his first semi-final experience getting kind of a tight situation. So anything can help for him. So any goal can help for him.
Well, as we pull into half-time here in semi-final of this game, Palace leads by 2 goals to 0. Ethan Higgins continuing to show his dominance that he has shown on the FIFA World this year. Serious player has come through. But no, back to that point, I think it's a great case study, as we said earlier, of what the Premier League is all about. Look, Ben Evan, first ever FIFA Pro tournament, comes into a team alongside a player that's got so much experience, but just shows with how this tournament works, how the group stages work, how it's a team element still. You can both pull your weight, and you can both pull yourself through to, as we said, the top 4 they could be on for a grand final.
Yeah, Tom was talking about that yesterday when he finished the group stage, about how important it is to perform as a team, actually. Because there's times you're going to be playing not that good, so your teammate has to perform for you. There's times that, I don't know, both players are going to be against the ropes, and maybe your coach is going to help you. So I think it's a team effort, and I think the team that's going to go all the way through is the team that plays better as a whole, you know, even though it's individual, then you gotta be a team, definitely.
What do you think we need to see from Stokes here, other than scoring a couple of goals? He hasn't really had the opportunity to make anything really happen. Ethan's done a good job of just keeping him quiet, which is hard to do against a player that's scored 22 goals up to this point.
Definitely, it's hard for him, because I'd say at the moment you don't know where you can create a chance against Ethan. This might be it.
Speaking of chances for Leeds United, here's one right now. He could have went on the right foot of Erling Haaland, but just didn't back it in that very moment. Hindsight's a beautiful thing, and so is a through ball over the top if that was to be onside for Crystal Palace. But just then, There was a sliver of a chance, but unfortunately, Stokes just guessed the wrong way, and Ethan fortunately did guess the right way defensively.
It all started on the wing, so I'd say stick to that, because just Ethan has so much people in the middle. So if you try to play in the middle, this is what's going to happen. So I'd say maybe get the ball to the fullbacks. Ooh, no. Get the ball to the fullbacks, pass it to the wings, create some runs with the midfield, and see what's going to happen. Because the first half, kind of trying to run through the middle, didn't work for him.
Just as a FIFA Pro this month, what have you made of the decision of Ederson in goal for Leeds? I mean, every single player who has been using Team of the Year, Edwin van der Sar, so you probably should. A recent player that had an upgrade into the game, a new promo, it was Ederson of Manchester City. He gets the backing from Tom Stokes. Not saying he can't do the job there, but a little bit of a different decision than many FIFA Pros have used in this ePremier League.
Yeah, I don't think goalkeepers make that huge difference. So I think Van der Sar is better, but Stokes kind of picks, though. This is good.
Could be a cutback, wins a corner.
Stokes is known for choosing different players, so
and that is what makes him unique. We were only saying earlier about the chances to choose so many different players in his ePremier League team. Junior Firpo, the Leeds man himself, is trying to get this Leeds team together. It could be a nice pick there for Erling Haaland. It will be. It's a way back into the tie, and it's a huge confidence boost in the form of the Norwegian forward.
2-1. 2-1. I gotta say, Ethan's player switching was on point. He was unfortunate with the rebound, but you gotta take those chances. Let's just say he did do a warning, Stokes, with that Haaland first control touch with the Van Dijk save, but now he did capitalize on that mistake.
Palace looking to reinstate that 2-goal cushion as soon as they can. João Felix, that's clever from Ethan. You're going to see that a lot if you haven't already done so. Keep an eye on these FIFA Pro players, just sort of getting that centre mid to make that run. We call it the German cross in FIFA eSports, but it just adds another question mark, doesn't it?
Definitely. And you normally do a normal cross, but Ethan kind of implemented this in the pro scene, a lob-through pass, which is really hard to do because you gotta point your stick directly to the spot, and Ethan's just so good at that.
We saw Gorilla do it yesterday as part of that Spurs side that is in the Premier League Grand Final. De Bruyne, oh, that's beautiful.
That's a great pass.
He was better defending there from Nemanja. Have to be to stop the ongoing run of Eric Cantona.
And we were mentioning strikers before, but now centre-backs, I mean, there's just so many of them. Saliba, Van Dijk, obviously Vidic. I mean, it's hard to choose, right?
So much choice. Lovely switch of play there from Stokes. As Leeds want to find a second goal, that all-important equaliser. This is great feed. De Bruyne wins a corner.
Nice defending.
Defended well by Palace. Going to defend this corner even better. They do, in the process, give another corner to Leeds. Ginola on a play, maybe it's lofted in the air. It was time red regardless from Van Dijk if he got the contact on it. I'm not sure where that ball would have ended up.
I've said it a couple of times now, but Ethan's defending has been on point.
It really has been, as I keep saying, against one of the best defensive players that is left in this tournament.
If not the best, yeah.
You know, when you play Tom Stokes, he's going to ask so many questions of you defensively, and look, as you're right, Ethan's answered pretty much every question. And at a full stop to each answer, he's been impeccable at the back. Could be even better now. De Bruyne, that goes down as a miss. Apparently there was no deflection there at all. De Bruyne with a huge charge, just fluffing his lines. That could have easily been 3-1 to Crystal Palace. Into the pause we will go. 10 minutes away from halfway point in between the two legs.
I don't know if we're gonna see Ethan kind of pushing forward for a bit to try to take that lead to the third goal, because I mean a 1-goal lead is huge, but you know you have Olelito on the Xbox side of things, and I don't know if I think Ethan is kind of a conservative player, which is not a bad thing by itself, but I kind of see him pressuring a bit to try to get that third goal.
Let's be honest, 1 goal in FIFA esports is nothing, Grav. You know that better than me. A 2-1 scoreline, as bad as it might feel to Tom Stokes, you know, Tom did his job against Liverpool, as Olelito was 1-0 down against Tex, which by any means is no mean defeat. On the flip side now, it's a case of, look, Olelito, I need you to step up and pull me some goals back and pull us through to a grand final. There's 7 minutes left to try and find that way back. Or if Palace going to add another insult to injury. The third goal here, Eric Cantona. Player lock tease, it's clever FIFA, it goes back. Just a yellow card, it will still be a corner to Crystal Palace. That one played quickly. Now watch out with the options in the box. Hullit's in there, Virgil van Dijk is also in there. De Bruyne!
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. If it would have been green, we might be talking about the 3-1 result.
It just set up perfectly, didn't it, for the Belgian midfielder. Fortunately able to get really any conviction behind it. Last chance of the game will fall to Leeds as it looks. Maybe an even better end to a 2-2 scoreline here. It said the second half perfectly. Goes back for a free kick. It was Emerson Real that might have been penalised there. Added time of 1 minute. Last chance. There is enough time to get the ball forward. Well played, Ethan Higgins. And that will be, Alex referee will play one more counter-attack. Keep an eye on the run that Cantona's making as he peels off to the back post now. Emerson Real fresh on the pitch. Palace looking for one more goal. It's lifted in. Oh, wow! Wow, Weghorst adding another goal onto the tally. And really for Leeds United, just the goal they did not need to concede there.
Definitely. Definitely, that's a huge mistake by Tom Stokes, but I don't know. It's kind of a hard decision to make because you have 2 minutes left. You don't know either to attack, to defend, to keep the ball, and it's hard. And obviously, it's a harder decision for Stokes because he's such an attacking player. But yeah, I think that's a huge mistake that could cause a huge difference in the second leg.
2 goals is still quite a cushion for Ben to take into that next game. It will be over on the Xbox for the second leg, but Ethan certainly has done his job there. Safe to say, not just here, but in other tournaments, he's just been able to keep Tom Stokes quiet, which, as we said, is a difficult thing to do for a player that has been so ruthless going forward. Ethan's made it look pretty simple.
I'm impressed by Ethan's mechanics, I would say, because it's not an easy thing to do to offside trap as much as Ethan does. The precision, the loft passes are great as well. The crosses, the German crosses are on point. And for me, the hard thing that Ethan does so well, player switching. Player switching, it's crazy.
And Jaime Alvarez, FIFA Pro player, commentator, just all-round Spanish FIFA legend, joining us here in London for this weekend. How much have you enjoyed this ePremier League so far? It's your first one, I believe.
Yeah, first one. I mean, I've been watching all of them at home pretty much since 2019. But yeah, having the chance to actually be here, it's a great thing. And I mean, they have performed to this point, right? Yeah. We've seen some drama in the last round of the group stage. We've seen drama in the quarterfinals, obviously. Now, the first semi-final was kind of unbalanced in a way, but I think Olelito is going to perform now, and I think we're going to see some drama now in this second leg.
Yeah, and if you have just tuned into the Premier League, we'll catch up on maybe what you have missed. It is the second semi-final here. It's Crystal Palace against Leeds United. If you missed the first one that Gravison was referring to, Spurs beats. I say beat. They won an incredible scoreline over their opponents to get into the knockout stages in the grand finals itself. A massive win, and there was just no coming back for West Ham in that game. Here is where it does get interesting though, because there is potentially a chance. The scoreline sits at 3-1 in this game, but the way I question mark this, Gravison, is you're looking at Olelito. He is a player that has been to grand finals. He's been to the semi-final last year in this tournament. He tasted the loss in the grand final of the year before on a penalty shootout against Man City. He's represented Leeds so many years. For Ben Evan, first ever FIFA tournament. He's had an unbelievable run. Again, last year we had a lot of newbies that performed well. This is where we need to see that experience of Olelito come out.
Definitely, and I would say pressure is on Olelito in a way.
It's true.
It's on Olelito. Olelito's got to perform because Olelito has actually been able to reach the semi-finals. He reached the final against Shells, Man City's Shells, and he actually, I think it's the first time that he can play against a amateur at this point of the tournament. So I think pressure's on Olelito, to be honest.
Well, the story of Ben Evan is that this is his first ever FIFA Pro tournament. I'll tell you what, he has performed well. He may have lost 3 games out of the 5 he's played, but he has won 2. He was part of a fanatic performance against Nottingham Forest in the quarter-final stages to get here. And you're right, I think, look, what has he got to lose? He's got to be thinking there, Grav. I've already made it to the semi-finals. I've already played incredible. Anything else is a bonus, but what he has got, his teammate is giving him a 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, and I think he's not been consistent enough in the group stage, but he hasn't played bad at all. He's played a good group stage, I would say. So, I don't know. I think he can actually keep this cushion.
Or he can have another goal onto it and make it even more dangerous, as he nearly did there. For Crystal Palace, Olelito would have had it all to do. I mean, that's the simple one, Gravison. Olelito simply cannot concede as he comes forward with Leeds' very own Junior Firpo. Back to David Beckham, recycled all the way across. It was a clever pass from De Bruyne.
Good defending.
Into David Ginola, but defended well by Ben Evan. And look, as much as we can try and create the storyline, this is a man that's feeling his FIFA at the moment and is full of confidence in Ben of Crystal Palace. And no doubt having the #1 ranked UK player next to him has rubbed off in the best of ways. As a teammate, back to goal. Olelito! That's the start that Leeds needed to have in this game.
And yeah, a really good goal by Olelito. We were talking about pretty much perfectly player switching from Ethan. The player switching from Ben here was a little bit too late, and Olelito won't miss a chance like that.
You've been there, I'm sure, many times, Gravison, but you sit there now and you think, I can't concede. I can't concede. It's only 1 goal, but I cannot concede. I cannot throw away this cushion that my teammate has built for me. But you have to try and get over that mental hurdle and claw some confidence back into this game, because Olelito now is going to be feeling it.
And this is the worst situation that you can be, is if you are Tom, because Olelito is kind of has this kind of perfect build-up where he's not gonna, let's say, miss the ball when he's passing it through the midfielders. So if he keeps creating these runs with the midfielders, it's gonna be pretty much impossible for Ben to stop him.
Junior Firpo, Olelito, that's what he can do! A player that knows this tournament only so well. His third time in the tournament. All he does is make championship days like this. Semi-finals, finals. And we said, would 2 goals be enough for Crystal Palace? To be honest, I thought it may have been. 20 minutes in, you may as well call it a 0-0 again, because it's all to play for. Oli Lito has done his job in just 20 minutes, Gravis. An incredible start.
Incredible, incredible. You know how hard it is to actually know you're against the ropes? You know you need to score 2 goals to make the leg even. And you go out like this, 2 chances, 2 goals. That's just it, 20 minutes, perfect FIFA. It's hard to do, especially when you're playing out of your comfort zone, because Oli Lito's obviously a Swedish player. He's not playing at home here in London. But yeah, I mean, perfect FIFA. And
for Ben now, in the nice way, how does he respond? How does he regain a bit of confidence? He's going to be feeling like he's on the ropes at the moment.
Definitely, definitely. I don't think he has an answer now for the kind of German cross run with the midfielders. I don't think he has an answer to that. So I would just say keep the possession as much as you can for Oli Lito to start feeling kind of, I don't know, unprepared in a way. And then you just gotta score a goal at least. You just gotta put Oli Lito against the ropes. Because if you do not create chances and you just let Oli Lito do his thing, he's gonna keep coming at you with the pressure, with the runs, with the German crosses. You gotta do something.
Well, the Palace and their 3-1 lead is no longer.
That was a good try, you know, to try to capitalize on those offside traps. That was good timing, so he needs to do more of that, because even though he missed the ball, that was good.
Could be a chance for Leeds to take the lead. Junior Firpo, always beautiful back inside. Eric Cantona.
The composure from Oli Lito.
Dangerous times for Crystal Palace. They're 1 shot away from being nearly 4-3 down.
How good is Cantona? I mean, it's unbelievable how good he is.
I mean, the timing of his birthday upgrade that he had in timing with the Premier League. Well, I think he came out the night before the tournament started, and speaking about how ready these players were to update their teams to anything that comes out in EA Sports FIFA 23, straight in the squads, and he's deserved to be there. He's been superb.
He's been so good, consistently good. And we haven't talked about Julian Alvarez, a player which Ben is using, a really good option in the wing as well.
David Ginola, this is nice from Palace. It was clever. In the final third, Ben's creativity is superb. He's looking for all these pretty creative runs, and at some point one is going to come off. It's a long ball forward. He has to get back to try and defend now. Oli Lito, Crystal Palace will try and defend the Swede. Here comes Oli Lito now. He timed that one green of Kevin De Bruyne. That was flying. We know how dangerous as Trivela can be if done in the correct way and the correct time, and that certainly was one of those.
The build-up from Ben is there, I'd say. I think he's playing better since the equalizer. I think he's playing better. So I wouldn't count Ben out.
Not by any means. There's still a long way to go in this game. Here comes Ben now.
That's good FIFA. That's good FIFA. He just needs a little bit more in those 1v1 situations. But he's playing good.
What do you think he's lacking? A skill move, a little extra combination?
I would say a little bit of composure.
Back post is available. Leeds with the ultimate turnarounds. We said that Oli Lito would have to come into this one and really turn it up a notch. By God, he's done that. 2 goals down he was on the aggregate scoreline, and now his team leads. It was heartbreak 1 year ago in this very arena. 12 months on, he might be rewriting those history books, Gravison, and going one step further into a grand final.
I mean, the FIFA 23 is all about triggering runs. And we had the ball with Kevin De Bruyne. He triggered the run to Cantona. Lob through ball the pass to Haaland. Easy cross, easy header. Perfect FIFA. What else can we say about Oli Lito?
Well, he's not stopping here, is he? One more chance before half-time. He wants another goal. It's not going to happen, though. Serious half-time team talk is needed for Crystal Palace there. Of how we turn this one around, Gravison. I mean, look, there's only one goal in it, but 3 goals conceded. You can't beat around the bush in terms of the ultimate confidence blow for Ben. As we said, it's his first ever professional FIFA tournament. Look, he's had a great run. He's got to the semi-finals. He's only 1 goal behind. Yes, on the aggregate scoreline, but still to concede 3 goals in 45 minutes against a player now that's probably ready to go again and again and again. What can he do?
I mean, I don't know. I would change my tactics in a way. I would change my formation to maybe 3 defenders at the back to try to stop those runs by the midfielders. But it's hard. It's hard because in this moment, you're lacking confidence in a way. So that's why Ethan has to cheer him up, give him advice. Whatever works for you to get that confidence back, you gotta try it. Because right now, he's just not having it.
As difficult as it is for Ben, he has to look back on the journey he's had. As I said, I was reading that in his qualification game to get to the Premier League, he was 5-3 down in the grand final, turned it around. That's the sort of mentality that we need to see now. Yes, it's a bit different when you're playing in a semi-final against a player of Olelito's quality, but look, you're in a semi-final for a reason, Ben.
Definitely.
No doubt, a couple of wise words from his teammate Ethan. You're only 1 goal behind. Get a goal and just... Sometimes a goal is all you need, Gravison, just to get that feeling back in. Say, look, I can make this happen. I can find a way back into this game. Here comes Ginole. Is this going to start that Palace needed while defending?
I completely agree with you. All Ben needs at the moment is a goal. Player as good as Olelito is screaming like that. The passion is there. The passion is there, Brandon.
Well, he has an interesting story with this Leeds United. As he said, it's the 3rd year that he's played there. There was a collaboration with his esports team, with the football club many years ago. Since then, if you're a Leeds fan and you're watching ePremier League, you might be the first time here this year, you might be coming back again to watch. You can't fault what this man has done for you. A grand final in his first ever year, a semi-final last year, at the moment a semi-final on for a grand final. He brings results. And you heard Tom Stokes say it was a bit of a business decision this year with what team he chose to play in. If I'm a pro player and if you're in England, you're from England, Gravison, you're thinking, right, what team should I play for this year? Well, if Olelito's playing again and the record that he's had, the Tret record he's had in this tournament, you're going to want to play with him every single time. He just brings results. He just brings consistency.
And how hard it is to do that in a competitive environment. To just...
On a different game, every year.
That's really hard to do. I mean, we see it in football, in real life. How hard it is to make it to the final every single year. It's nearly impossible because there's so many factors in play. But Olelito, he's just that good. He's just as good.
Well, we spoke about icons being involved. David Beckham has had his involvement this weekend in the Premier League. More as a sort of a right wing back at times, but in that time, maybe a match winner, Gravison. If you're wondering, that's his team of the year icon upgrade for any FIFA fans out there.
If we talked about Ethan's defense, Olelito's up there. I wouldn't say... I think Ethan's defense is the best throughout the whole tournament, but Olelito just one step behind.
5-3 Leeds United lead. 22 minutes away from a grand final. Cantona, Carpat, it's got to be there. The game-winning blow. Oh, Olilito, well played. Some off the line by Virgil van Dijk. Well, that would have been the nail in the coffin.
No chance. Corner. We might see another power.
He hasn't been able to play. He's not letting.
No. Second man press is there. Maybe some luck now with the constant pressure.
Ginola. Leeds United, he's look at the time and look at the space he's been given. Well, we don't want to get too carried away, but we may as well start previewing at Gravison. Spurs against Leeds, 2023 Premier League Grand Final. I don't think you could ask for much more of a big matchup for a game that is going to mean so much to both of these two clubs. All of these players, Olilito's having the time of his life right there. You came into the tournament, I think if you gave me sort of 3 or 4 team names, I think those two would have been in there.
Definitely. I mean, Tom against Stokes and Gorilla against Olilito. You could be talking about world title stuff. That's what the ePrem brings to the table, definitely.
Last 10 minutes, Crystal Palace, 2 goals down. They need to have something. A moment. This is the chance for Ben. He must score. And if that's not going in, then unfortunately, it just isn't your day. We've been saying that so many times for Ben and Palace. Of like, they've been knocking on the door, looking to create this chance. It was only a moment of when that chance was going to come. That was it. And what do big players do on the big stages, Gravison? They find their composure. They find a time green finish. Unfortunately, just was not there to be seen.
The angle wasn't the right one. The time finishing wasn't right as well. And to be able to create a chance is hard, but to be able to create the perfect chance is even harder. So Ben has just lacked that kind of composure to take it to a final. But anyways, an amateur playing at semi-finals, we don't want to just bring him down in a way, you know?
Oh,
because
absolutely. Look, at the end of the day, there's no taking away anything from what Ben's been able to achieve. The fact he's got further than there's players out there that have got a lot more competitive experience than he has, and he's still come through. At the end of the day, this is the best storyline for a FIFA fan that's out there watching this right now, thinking, how on earth can I get involved? I'm a massive fan of a certain Premier League club. That's what the Premier League is all about. It's looking to find the next wave of FIFA talent, the next pro player in the making, as we saw in past years of goal poacher, who still made a semi-final this year with Crystal Palace, with West Ham, sorry. But then for Ben, he might be knocked out, but look, a top 4 still. You're losing to a player that has incredible consistency in this tournament, a FUT Champions Cup winner, a player that is just so consistent. It will be a tough pill to swallow today, but look back at it in weeks and months to come. I was in the best 4 clubs in the Premier League this year.
Definitely. What a game we could be watching in the final.
Spurs, Leeds. Only one team will be your ePremier League champion. I think if you go player to player in that game, Grab, there is so much to talk about. There is so much to unload. You're right, there's champions there. There's past ePremier League winners in there in Tom Lees, who won it with Watford. You've got the story of Leeds United getting so close. This is their 3rd year now of being in this competition.
You have everything. Pretty much you have everything.
So many storylines that we will be unfolding in our next game today here in London. The 2022 ePremier League Grand Final. Only one of the 2 teams will be crowned this year's champion. 30,000.
As a quarterfinal. I think when it comes to these important games, Stokes just consistently performs. And I mean, I back him. I'm telling you, I back him.
You back him?
Yep.
Well, look, let's just preview that very quickly. Ollie Lito against Gorilla. Wow. Tom Lees against Tom Stokes. Those are going to be the individual battles for that grand final. Commiserations, Ethan, Ben. They're going to feel hard done by. For Ethan, he'll be thinking, look, I've come to this stage 2 years in a row and I've lost in the semi-finals. It was a penalty shootout last year, unfortunately. It's still a heartbreak end here for him, but what a season he is having and what a welcome it is to the FIFA esports scene for Ben. A great example, as we said, of a player that just picked up the controller, chose a team to play for, and look, he made it to a top 4 and he's walking away with some decent cash still in his back pocket.
And the experience of playing in a tournament like the Premier, this goal, wow.
Well, this was from the PlayStation game. As we see, Crystal Palace open up the mark. That was Ethan with a moment of magic before doubling his lead. 30 minutes in, he just kept running, Cantona. He kept running to go through the net.
Yeah. Then the second half, we had Tom Stokes scoring 1 goal with a really good Haaland finish, the same as real life, pretty much. Then we had this kind of important goal, which we would have thought could have been a huge difference. That was header, and then Ollie Lito just came in. What else can we say about that?
Well, look, we said at this point, it's a 2-goal cushion, too much for Lito to try and climb back, especially after he was able to pick up his individual win against Liverpool. But the pressure is on him, and he stepped up to the mark. 2 goals in 20 minutes made this game very interesting. I mean, from this moment on, surely it's got to be one-way traffic, and that's exactly what it was.
What a run by Cantona. Actually, a manual triggering run, amazing. And then not even that, like the second half, the game management was crazy, was out of this world. I mean, just Ollie Lito.
Yeah, Ollie Lito at his best. As we said, there's such a storyline there. Played in this tournament 3 years, 2 finals and a semi-final. From 20 clubs, now down to the final 2. It will be Spurs against Leeds in this year's ePremier League Grand Final. That is it from the commentary box for now. We'll be back again for the Grand Final. But for now, it's over to Rachel and the guys on the desk.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, this is getting exciting, isn't it? Before we preview the final, let's quickly talk about Crystal Palace, Alex. I mean, they almost did everything right, especially with Ethan there on leg 1, setting it up beautifully for leg 2 for his partner, Ben. Ben, maybe the moment just got to him a little bit?
Yeah, maybe ever so slightly. I mean, for his first tournament, he's certainly going to be happy with a top 4 finish. We did say before, if you want to advance through to that final, Ethan is going to need to give at least a 2-goal cushion. He gave Ben that, but Ollie Lito just proving that he got the better of him there.
Again, you mentioned, and it was really crucial that he got that. Again, you mentioned, and it was really crucial that he got that third one as well, just before full time, to give Ben the best advantage possible, Sam.
Definitely, you could see the relief on Ethan's face when he gave Ben that advantage. But I think Ollie Lito was just fantastic, and he was ruthless. And I think we saw Ollie Lito at his best, and that is what you want to go into a final with. But Crystal Palace, I think they can be proud of themselves and how they've performed in this tournament, but be disappointed going out in that manner.
Ollie Lito, you were saying possibly owed Stoke something for the Liverpool game there as well. But we'll talk about that in a moment, because, Alex, you have the top 5 goals from today to take us through.
Yeah, we want to know your opinion as well. What is your top goal out of the 5 that we're going to show? Let me know in the chat which one you think is the best one for yourself. Here we have West Ham Wolves. The ball out on the left-hand side, the cross in, and Haaland, the green time bicycle, the ability to do that, absolutely crazy. And then that first-time roulette we saw from Tom Stokes with Weghorst. Such a crucial goal in that game as well, to bring you back level against Diogo, which obviously he went on to win to advance through into that next round. And then we saw it here from Tom Lees, picking out that cross into João Felix, the keeper in no man's land, but the ability to spot that vision, spot that run, and say, I will find you, João Felix, and put that one away. I've got number 2. This is for Ethan. Flick up into the power shot and also to green time it. For me, that's hard to top. However, though, my last one, we saw this here. Ollie Lito with his comeback to advance them through into the final. Maybe one for the moment more than anything. The volley. Absolute crazy goals. Which one do you think is going to be your favourite, Rachel?
I always go to a bicycle kick. It reminds me of Gareth Bale in that Real Madrid-Liverpool final yesteryear.
What about yourself?
I'm going with Ethan's green time. The flick up, it was lovely.
Well, that was ours. Let us know at home what you enjoyed as well. But this is the bracket to the final then. Spurs, they took down Aston Villa, then West Ham United. They meet Leeds in that grand final. And then Leeds United, of course, took down Liverpool and then Crystal Palace, and we see them in the grand final as well. So the EPL grand final for 22-23, Tottenham Hotspur taking on Leeds United. Tom and Gorilla didn't have it all their own way, and Tom Stokes and Ololito, they'll face in this final. Come back and join us. It's a big one. Well, welcome back then to the ePremier League finals, where it is grand finals time. It's a chance for one of the two teams, Tottenham Hotspur and Leeds United, to write themselves into the EPL history books and be crowned the champions. The question still remains, who's it going to be? Sam, I'll come to you first. Tom could really rewrite the history books now and be a double ePremier League final winner, with two different teams.
Really interesting. So Tom actually said that he wants to be that first person to win it twice, but not only that, he did mention that if he won it the second time, it wouldn't feel the same as the first. So we'll have to see if he does win it this time, if he stands by that, because I feel like it'll be a big moment for him.
And Alex, considering his first title was in the pandemic era, surely this one would be better.
Yeah, definitely here in person with all the crowd and whatnot. I think he'd say after maybe a few nights, that second time was certainly better.
And I'm not going to say you're psychic, but possibly am. You were really backing Leeds United all the way, weren't you?
Yeah, I said that if Leeds beat Liverpool in that quarter-final, I really think they'd go all the way and win it. However, though, Tottenham, yesterday they were looking a bit shaky, but they've just been coming on so much as this tournament has gone on, so I don't know how it's going to go.
Yeah, one team have been super dominant in the form of Leeds United. Tottenham Hotspur, yesterday, especially during that last game, which we didn't know which way it was going to go, there were 3 teams in that table, all sitting on 7 points, and we definitely didn't think they'd be grand finalists, did we?
No, we didn't, and as we said, I think that they would agree with you. However, now they're sat here looking at it, Gorilla and Tom are not going to pass up the opportunity to be Premier League winners, so it will be an interesting match.
Sam, the fact that they've kind of overcome adversity, does it show how good they are as players?
Definitely. I feel like a lot of people have written them off during this tournament, considering they did leave it late a couple of times and then that Nottingham Forest defeat. But I think they could go on to do it. But I've actually, like yourself, I've really backed Leeds from the start. I think Oli Lito has been so strong at the moment, a brilliant player, and then he's got a great partner in Stoke. So we'll have to wait and see.
Well, the tension is definitely building in here. We have an audience as well ready to watch this one. It's Tottenham Hotspur taking on Leeds United in our grand final here at the ePremier League. Kyle Walker is standing by to welcome our 2 teams.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, 20 teams started in this competition yesterday, but only 2 remain, and both of those they'll be hoping to get their hands on the ePremier League trophies right here. There's been highs, there's been lows, and of course there's been some last-minute goals as well. Let's welcome to the stage our ePremier League finalists, Tottenham Hotspur and Leeds United. Guys, welcome to the stage. I'm going to come to you guys first because Stokes, Oli Lito, what an opportunity this is for yourself. How excited are you and how nervous are you as well?
Yeah, no, very excited. Obviously, the playoff spot, that's what we're all after. Obviously, the championship's great, but we want that playoff spot. So there's a lot on the line and no nerves, just very excited to get on with it.
Well, there we are from Leeds United. Tottenham, Tom, Gorilla. I mean, for yourself, Tom, you've been here, you've done this, but how great is it to actually do it at a LAN event in person, people watching and not at home doing it?
Oh, it's much better, yeah. Much better, you know, just having that crowd around, seeing the people you can celebrate with. I used to pray for times like this, what can I say?
I like that. Throwing a cheeky lyric in there. I noticed that one right there, yeah. Gorilla, for yourself, obviously you've been on the biggest of stages within this e-sport. Here you are once again. How exciting is that for you?
One game at a time. You know, I'm focused on the job at hand. I mean, the trophy looks nice, so I want to add it to the collection. So, you know, got to play my best games. And we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. And Oli Lito, I can't obviously miss you out. Here you are, cool, calm and collected as ever.
I mean, I think we talked about yesterday, you know, and you told me that I wasn't like a calm guy, and I said to you, I'm a bit fired up, and I think this game I've shown you that I'm a bit fired up now. So, looking forward to the final. Will be fun, and doing our best.
It definitely will be. I'm so excited for this. I'm sure everyone will be at home as well. Guys, I'll let you go and get ready. Those final preparations. Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Carl. And yes, as we've said, this is the journey again, back again for another year. It's 5th year in the making, this ePremier League. Many, and I'm talking thousands, sides on the online qualifiers last winter. It was a long process, all about getting to this weekend, Richard, just being part of those 40 players, getting to represent a Premier League club, let alone get to a grand final. But from 20 down to 8, down to 4, and now we have our final 2.
And we've had these storylines sort of building throughout and interwoven with each other, and we get to the grand final, and there's 2 storylines that are still really, really prevalent. A back-to-back. A 2-time ePremier League champion. On the other side of it, Leeds United. I'm gonna paint the narrative. If Oli Lito wins this trophy, he's the greatest ePremier League player that we've seen in 5 years. I mean, 2 grand finals and a semi-final.
Ever since Leeds have made their return back to the Premier League, back to the top division in England, and they were eligible to be part of this ePremier League, they've picked up the Swede, and every year he's delivered them with final days. 2 grand finals and a semi-final,
absolutely.
But they're just missing something in that, Richard. Lifting the trophy, being crowned champions. As we said, this is the furthest we've seen Spurs get in this tournament in its 5th year of existence. There's a lot on the line, there's a lot of great stories, but what we can tell you first and foremost is the Xbox is where we will start, just individually. These matchups individually, if this wasn't the ePremier League, this was another tournament, this would still be ridiculous matchups. Look, Gorilla back on the big stage again, a world champion in his own right. Has been incredible this weekend and has really stepped up again this year on FIFA 23. Takes an Oli Lito, a FUT Champions Cup winner, a player who has suffered heartbreak so many times at this moment.
It doesn't get bigger. than this. The names on display, the teams here, the history that is about to be made here at the ePremier League Grand Finals. Individual performances, individual, out of the clubs, out of the teams. One person will make or break these teams. They will make or break that ePremier League 2023 journey. Is it Olelito coming out flying after just dismantling Crystal Palace? Will it be Gorilla proving why he is one of the biggest names in the scene? The Battle of the Toms is coming up. Stokes versus Leeds.
Well, well, well. The Premier League 2023 Grand Final is officially underway. Tottenham Hotspur against Leeds United will be this year's Grand Final fixture. You heard it in the interviews before this game. Yes, there's money on the line. Yes, there's a trophy, but there's also FIFA Global Series spots on the line. Which, if you're thinking, what on earth is that? It's basically a ticket. It's one of the most important events of this year. It will be Leeds kicking from right to left in that away strip. Spurs in that traditional home strip from left to right in this first game.
But you already see potentially a couple of nerves creeping in. Giving the ball away at the back there towards Olelito with Leeds United. Gorilla did have a chance, but I just love that driven pass. It's so direct, it's pierced into the attacking players.
David Ginola looking to offload that into the path of Erling Haaland. You've got to keep in mind that Olelito just come off the back.
What a performance.
A massive win against Crystal Palace, especially when he was 2-0 down on the aggregate scoreline there, Richard. He had to step up, and that's exactly what he did.
And I mean, you were commentating that game, I was watching it backstage. It's sort of what we thought might happen? Especially when he got that first goal.
Yeah, as early as he did, Richard, it really did make it a lot easier for Olelito just to find that rhythm. And as he said to Carl, look, to get fired up. He has to be thinking, this is the year. But on the flip side for Spurs, what a remarkable turnaround. They were
knocked in the
last
groups.
year. The confidence was not last year. Over the last 12 months.
Same team.
Same team, but with a different infrastructure, different personnel outside, coaches, investment. They've taken Spurs to the furthest they've ever been in the Premier League. Keep in mind that if you are just tuning in for this Grand Final, there will be a match played on the Xbox and then a game on the PlayStation. An aggregate scoreline will determine who will come out on top. If we need extra time and penalties, obviously we will go to that if we are all square.
I know we spoke about Olelito if he was Victoria, if his Spurs win, and Tom cements himself, two-time ePremier League champion. He's in that discussion.
David Ginola back inside, and it's Leeds! They get the first goal in the Grand Final of the 2020-23 ePremier League. A one more pass that no one saw. Team of the year Kevin De Bruyne just continued his run. And that's what he can do, not just create moments of magic, but also score them.
When he's in this form, he is a dangerous, dangerous customer. Leeds United, Olelito. In this exact arena, he has lifted a trophy months ago, weeks ago even. He's got that taste for victory. He's usually quite a laid-back character. You've seen a different side of him today. That determined, that almost, I don't want to say arrogant, but I'm here to win. I've not come here to lose. I've not come here to get second. I've done that before.
And I've tasted exactly how it feels. There's been so many elements of the team side to this ePremier League this weekend, Richard, in terms of when each player needs just to lean on their teammate, to pull back the match, to support them. Here comes Emerson Royale, the Spurs man, looking to create something. A couple of skill moves there from Gorilla. His trademark flair is out again. That's a clever pass. JJ Kocher gets the start. Doesn't start for many players.
Yeah, I think it's the skill move element that he has, that fantastic dribbling, the ability to create something out of nothing at any opportunity. There's been a couple of approaches. There's been the skill, dribbling heavy, or there's been the big men.
Junior Firpo could put on a pay for De Bruyne to get a second. He very nearly did. Well played. David Ginola gets down the byline. Should be easy pickings for Edwin van der Sar. And just a moment to breathe for Gorilla.
Just taking some intel as well.
Maybe sitting there and thinking that who are the people sitting behind these players? They do have their own coaches, which just had a different sort of feel to the game, and also they had their own.
It's just that familiarity as well, knowing that the person that you sat behind in qualifying, in those preparation matches, is the same one sat behind you on the biggest stage, with the lights are flashing and the cameras are on. You want to be as comfortable as possible at any time.
Harvey Elliott, also a player that has had his impact this weekend. You're not allowed to use any Premier League item, including past and present heroes and icons here at the ePremier League, hence why you see such an array of different Premier League players all playing in the same team. Harvey Elliott. That's nice side. Now he's on. David Ginola pulls out a great save from Van der Sar. Gorilla does well to recycle it back into the box. Only his fault. Saliba.
Could be in.
Has he got the legs? Evan Sorrell's in a running race. Olilito could be on for a second. And it's that man again. How many times, whether it's on the real pitch or the virtual, Erling Haaland to give Leeds United a 2-goal cushion.
And that's the small margins in which FIFA Esports is won and lost. The great play from Gorilla. Spurs having a really good opportunity, a good save from that David Ginola strike. And you just saw the run-up, Erling Haaland on that left-hand side starting to take shape. As soon as he got in front of Emerson Royale, there was no catching him. And then it was all about the finish. You're on the right foot, you're on that weaker side, can you stick it in? Of course you can.
It was a case of just waiting and waiting, wasn't it, until it was the ultimate opportunity to strike the ball. Olilito.
This is a massive advantage.
Putting the pressure onto Spurs and also trying to take pressure off his teammate, which can also be a difficult game on the PlayStation when Tom Stokes will face Tom Lees. Gorilla, can he find a way back into the tie? It was close there from Rudhull at the step over, so they're half-time. Leeds United with the dream star Olilito leading Gorilla by 2-0.
Well, that's what he's in the team for. That's why you bring him in. Olilito, he just seems to be on a streak at the minute. From the quarters to the semis here in the grand final. You've got to remember, he lost that quarter final. His individual tie against Tex. He clutches up. The roles are reversed. Stokes did it in the quarters, Ollie did it in the semi-finals, and here we are in the grand final. 45 minutes have been played on the Xbox. And the Swede leads 2-0 for Leeds United.
That's what I was saying, it was so impressive, because that Leeds side is, as I said, is the perfect example of this team element here. In the quarter-final and the semi-final, Richard, it was Tom Stokes that needed the help of his teammate against Crystal Palace. Olilito did that on the flip side against Liverpool, you're right.
Flip of the coin, yeah.
It was Tom Stokes that had to come back flying in what was probably the game of the tournament up to this point.
They've both pulled each other along.
Also on the flip side, this Spurs side have just found goals in knockouts. What were we talking about at the start of the day, Richard? The lack of goals.
Yeah. Well, we did the piece right at the top of the show. 8 goals scored, 11 conceded. What the Spurs side, I think, have done, they've gone into that next gear. They've gone into the gear that they know they can. I like to call it the championship mentality. The winning mentality. They've pulled out performances when they've needed to. They've both been victorious.
Why this final is so good. Eva Tebas has won the Premier League before. On that winners list as it stands, Liverpool, Man City, Norwich.
Grab a new name on it.
That is a guarantee we can give you for a full-time whistle. Has been blown. The next goal in this game really could start to tell the tale of how this second leg is going to look. Gorilla, so creative yesterday in the group stages. We had the opportunity to follow his group. Some of the big moments that he had in that qualification round. Have to see it now. Offside. Losing possession. Keep an eye on the options in the box. Junior Firpo looks to ball roll and scoop turn his way past Emerson Royale. Didn't happen on that occasion. What Olilito must just be thinking here is, look, if I can get one more goal,
you tie it up really nicely.
I can give my teammate a fantastic opportunity just to play his own game and also give him a bit of armour in the form of a 3-goal cushion. Harvey Elliott. One-on-one against David Beckham. Only what FIFA can bring you in terms of duels.
De Bruyne's coming a long way across for this. Not what he intended.
Just
I
not
think it's
clicking.
safe to say.
Just not working for Gorilla. If there's anyone that's felt pressure in big games, it's this man. Unfortunately, it might be 3-0 down. Oh, damage Ginola! Olilito! 3-0 in the first leg. We spoke about ifs, buts and maybes, if that could happen. And what an opportunity it could be for his teammate heading into the next game. Tom Stokes must be licking his lips thinking, wow, 3-0 before a ball's even been kicked in that second leg.
I'm sure we'll see that goal back in the highlight packages. It looked like a mistake. First time I'm watching the offside trap, it squeezed up. Ginola just found himself one-on-one. That first touch was what made it. He took it far enough away from the defender that he got the advantage. And again, very similar to the Haaland strike to make it 2. It's all about the composure, the patience. Is the goalkeeper rushing out? Do I want to try and do a skill move around him? Or is it just a simple finish? Ginola wrapped it past the keeper. And Leeds United are edging ever closer to an ePremier League trophy.
Certainly. They're on their way, aren't they? Marching on together towards an ePremier League trophy.
You had that one in the bank for the last couple of days?
I've had it in the bank for the last 12 months. Just waiting for Leeds to get over the line. However, it won't be that easy, I can assure you. Leeds United have come so close in past years. They lost on a penalty shootout to Man City 2 years back. This being FIFA, and the games that we've seen some remarkable comebacks. This is certainly not done yet.
This last 25 minutes is going to be really, really
Just
interesting.
if he can get a goal.
But the game can get away from Spurs. If it goes 4 or 5, you're giving Tom Lees of Tottenham Hotspur and the PlayStation leg an almost insurmountable task. 3 goals is a tough margin. 4, 5, starting to get into the realms of impossibility.
Well, it could be that. Goes down to ground. Referee says, get up. Nothing in that. Just a goal for Gorilla. Anything to aid this second leg into the hands of his teammate Tom Lees. Olilito, though, just playing the FIFA that
we know he's capable of.
He can, and we haven't always seen this at points in his career. Certainly feels like he's back on top. Junior Firpo. Again, predictable, unfortunately, that time. Possession back to Spurs. 50 minutes. This year's ePremier League Grand Final, if you have just joined us. It's our first leg of action. Following this one, we go over to the PlayStation. Winner of this tournament, £30,000 alongside your club's name and player's name into the history books of this tournament in its 5th year. It's a nice win back again there for Spurs, but it's just so organised. He was like this against Tex as much as he lost by a goal to nil. This is clever from Guerrero, he did it before. This could be nice.
Seconds.
Is there a one more pass? Can't find it. Leeds are just so organised. Look, you can see De Bruyne pull it or not.
I don't necessarily know if it were on what he's trying there. You can see that he's really trying and almost forcing and urging this ball to get forward and try and alleviate some of the pressure that Tom Lees is going to be under. But it's just not happening at the minute for Tottenham Hotspur.
I think that moment there might just, unfortunately, sum up the first leg that Grillo has had. No doubt it's going to hurt him that he couldn't have put his teammate into a better position, but he has to give the reins over to a man that's won this tournament before.
3 goals is doable. It's doable.
It is doable.
4, doubtful. For people at home who might be thinking, well, I don't quite get the importance of this. Imagine you're playing football. Imagine you're just having a kickabout. Me versus Brandon. And I say, you know what? You're going to have a 4-goal head start.
Where are we?
It's not going to happen. I'm not going to turn it around. Just for people at home who might not understand that.
It's just not just the factual, mathematical statement, the mental side of it as well. To come in and try and get
you starting on the back foot, you're starting down, dejected.
Martinelli. And if Leeds find a 4th, this is going to become one hell of a mountain. Oh, it was clever. I'll be honest, I thought we were seeing a direct header come in from Wout Weghorst there.
It looked nice when that ball was floated into the back post. You can see what he's trying to do, just head it down, make the first contact, a Leeds United ball, and then look for that secondary head of David Ginola. But I have to agree, I think Wout Weghorst was the man to take the goalward strike.
Last chance of the game for Spurs to just take something into this second leg. De Bruyne, back to Anthony Martial, ball players. We've never seen him this weekend. He'll try his best to Lacroqueta his way forwards. And that will do us. What an opportunity this is for Leeds United, a side that in their 3 years have partaken in this ePremier League ever since their re-arrival back into the top league, have always been in the top 4 or the top 2. 3-0 at the halfway point. Gorilla, unfortunately, losing 3 goals to 0 against Ollie Leeds. I mean, look, this is...
On the other flip of the coin, Leeds United are in dreamland right now. They've got a 3-goal advantage. You're putting Tom Stokes in there. If it does start going awry, he's got the attacking capability to score a 4th, a 5th, a 6th and a 9th.
This is the point I wanted to make to you, Richard. We were saying earlier about, 3 goals is achievable. But, yes, against maybe a player that does leak goals, but a player that scores them.
Yep.
As much as, let's go and get a goal, you're probably going to concede one as well. It's going to need a remarkable performance from Tom Lees. He certainly can do it, but against the player of Tom Stokes, who has also been flying in this tournament. He's the highest goal scorer in this tournament, is Tom Stokes. And look, we've seen miracles before in grand finals. It could happen. I'd love it to see it for the viewer perspective, but 3-0.
And Tom Lees can do this. He gets an early goal, it puts him under pressure, and you start to potentially see Leeds United fall apart. Will it happen is the bigger question. It's going to be a real fascinating, at least first 45 minutes of this second leg.
Absolutely, as we said, so much on the line. Global Series playoff, those trophies, £30,000, all up for grabs still. Still 1 leg to play on the PlayStation. We're off for a quick break here in London. When we're back, it's time for the second leg of the ePremier League. We'll see you in a few. Well, welcome back to the Premier League Grand Final as you join us now for the biggest game of the weekend. Leeds against Spurs. In case you missed the first leg, it's safe to say it is a mountain to climb if you are a Spurs fan. 3-0 they lost in the first leg, but there is still a chance, Richard.
There certainly is. We've got another 45 minutes in this first half, followed by another 45, a full game left to play. And it's Tom Lees who's taken the controller for Tottenham Hotspur. Tom Stokes on the other side of the screen. He's going to be the man with Leeds United fans in the palm of his hand, quite literally. Because if he can hold on, he wins.
Well, look, this is the stats of, no doubt, the highest goal scorer in this tournament. 23 goals he has netted. Yes, he concedes them, but as we were saying in the build-up, Tom Lees is a good enough player to go and score 3 goals. It's just, defensively, can he keep a player that is so creative out? The only person that I've really been able to see do that is Ethan, when he played against Palace.
Yeah, absolutely, and I still think he got one, didn't he? It was a 2-goal deficit that he took into it. It's such a big ask for Tom Lees to turn this around for Spurs. Have to score first, have to put the pressure on and make him sweat. Will he be able to do that? Will he be able to pull out a truly magnificent and memorable ePremier League comeback?
Well, Leeds United from left to right. It will be in this second leg. Spurs with it all to do. From right to left. Be praying for a miracle. Cannot forget that Tom Lees, he has been here before. He's been an ePremier League champion. Can he start well? Cantona. It's a lovely win back. Can Leeds add more insult to injury. Mudryk, how good's he been this weekend? Back to Hullett. And it will be the Hull on the defensive side that just gets a strong block in there. The first goal on this game really could start to shape up where we are heading.
Oh, absolutely. If it is a Leeds United goal, it's all but over. If it's a Spurs goal, it could be in for a tasty second half of this story.
Stokes on the hunt for a 4th goal. De Bruyne cuts it back. Mudryk, couple of step-overs and turns. It's good feet from the Ukrainian Steel. The future star somehow in possession. Steel want to play. Haaland down to ground. Luckily, Van der Sar gets back up and jumps to the ball. If there's one way to go out in a grand final, it's not for a deflected goal.
Mudryk got tackled about 4 times inside the box. Still managed to find his way into Erling Haaland, who strike. For a second, it looked like it might have deflected in. Unfortunately, if you are Spurs, straight into the hands of the goalkeeper.
What's that run? David Ginola has to be perfect. Back to João Felix, interchange as well with the foot hero Harry Kewell. Another foot hero onto that list that has played a big part for many players. You've got to also keep an eye on that time. The more it ticks down, and Leeds are in a position where they haven't conceded a goal.
And I think with Tom Stokes, if there's ever been question marks over his game, it's been in that defensive area of the pitch. The longer that he keeps a clean sheet here, the more confidence he will have, the more momentum he will be able to create. If you dent the armour early, might end up capsizing.
It's just his little possession changeover that's going to give Tom confidence back to Yaya Toure. De Bruyne does actually get decision that he's made with his starting 11. No Erling Haaland, but still, the duo of Cantona.
Wonderful performance from Tom Lees and Tottenham Hotspur to turn this game around.
Has to be now, has to get a goal, come on. If you're a Spurs fan, you'll be sitting there thinking, let's get going, here's a chance! It's a great save from Edison, a player that only Stokes has really backed. For big moments like that. Another chance at it from Tom. Inside, Ginola can't turn well. Defensively great again from Tom.
You saw a little grimace from Tom Lees. Probably felt in that attack, that passage of play, maybe could have, I would say, done more, but there needs to be a goal that goes in sooner rather than later.
Emerson Real does well there in that 1v1 duel with Mohamed Salah. Possession changes hands again. A goal before half-time really is a must. Every single Leeds shirt back other than Haaland. Chance, Hullett has to go!
Great near post. And Stokes read it. Even though it was green time, he managed to get Edison behind it. And just patted the ball onto the floor. You did see from Tom Lees's reaction. That was a good opportunity. But he's creating, and that's the main thing. You're not going dry. There's chances that are falling for you.
Chance. Golden chance! Maybe it's the start of what would be a remarkable comeback for Spurs, but it's a goal back, and it's a step in the right direction finally.
What did we say? You're creating, and that's the most promising thing. One of these will go in. One of these chances will fall for you. It just so happened to be David Ginola who stuck it into the back of the net just before half-time as well. Perfect time to score if you are a Tottenham fan.
The deficit lowered by 1. Added time to do it, and that will do us for half-time. 3-1 the scoreline.
Would you take that if you're Spurs? One leg,
I think
45 minutes,
at a minimum,
2 goals.
Minimum, yeah. I mean, look at in the factual points here, Rich. Spurs have more of the ball, Spurs have more chances, and so far, Tom Lees has been able to keep Stokes at bay. 45 minutes. And that was against a very different player, still a top player in Conca. He pulled 3 goals back in 27 minutes. He's done miracles before in knockout matches.
It's going to be fascinating. You can see a little glimpse of the formation and how Tom Stokes is looking to line up. Don't think we're surprised that there's a lot of bodies behind the ball. Does he just try to see this game out, or is there that inkling for him?
Depends how
Let's
you
go and get another goal.
Depends if you're comfortable to just be attacked for 45 minutes in game and be able to manage it. Which for many moments in the game he did. But this is it. Last half. 45 minutes away Leeds are from finally an ePremier League championship.
Or will it be Tottenham Hotspur getting their name on the trophy and Tom Lees being the only ever 2-time ePremier League champion alongside multiple-time winner and championship major winner in Gorilla?
Cantona, look for the comeback for Spurs. He did, Carl Walker. Matched it up though superbly well for Stokes.
Those are the sort of passes that really alleviate pressure.
Watch out for the back post, there's options there, building. Haaland there in the air for Leeds! And you can just tell how big of a goal that was for Stokes, just to take
was a pass to alleviate pressure. Down that left-hand side, just dinking it over the defence. They pushed up, spacing behind. But can we talk about the cross? Outside of the left boot, Mo Salah putting it right on Haaland's foot to poke it past the keeper. Leeds United well and truly back in the driver's seat.
3-goal cushion reinstated. Confidence generated as Stokes was back in prime position. If a 3-goal cushion or a 2-goal cushion wasn't that. And it's just the case of the clock ticking down. It's a difficult one. In that moment for Tom Lees, you get a goal, you start to build a bit of hope, don't you? And it's a case of back to square one.
Just comes shattering down.
"30 minutes, 3 goals.
We've seen him do it today.
It would be remarkable. But he's a remarkable player. These two are mechanically both incredible. Every day getting in the reps. But look, it's just impossible to find a bit of room. You find a gap, next to you, no Hullit's there. Or De Bruyne.
They're just trying to kill the game, take the momentum that Spurs were just building before half-time. I say that, he switches the play and gives it straight back to Spurs.
It's a nice win back for Spurs. Is there one more pass? João Felix, Ginola, just done enough, Kyle Walker. That was the chance.
He worked it so nicely. Same team, Leeds United, we're tackling each other and he gets away with the foul. I think Tom Lee's expression tells him exactly how he feels about that foul going against him. Starting to become less and less likely.
And more likely for Leeds United. And that man to the left-hand side of your screen, he's been on the journey. He's had different teammates along the road as well. When the tournament went from 1v1 to 2v2. He still remains part of this team.
A semi-final, a grand final, and now minutes away from a championship victory here in the ePremier League. It would be something no other players have even had a sniff of this level of success in the tournament.
For Tom Stokes, all that competing experience just to see out 20 minutes to add another title onto the mantelpiece. One more goal would certainly do that. Junior Firpo back inside. That would have been a sweet way to end if you're a Leeds fan. Your own player just provided the perfect assist. Just feels like that sand timer is slowly emptying. There's all hope for a comeback. He's just vanishing it. Or am I wrong? Clever. Very clever.
And every attack that doesn't result in a goal for Spurs is just another finger on the trophy for Leeds United, as that advantage that Oli Lito put up in the first leg seems to be too big of a difference.
You can't argue that they've not worked for this result. Back inside, that could have been it, the ultimate nail in the coffin. And the champion winning goal. So long ball forward, well workhorse will chase for Spurs. Cut back, missed the ball completely, unfortunately.
Just a couple of those chances and those small margins just not going for Spurs. The build-up play on the chance previously that the shot didn't register. That one right there, it was a swing and a miss. Doesn't seem to be Spurs' day.
I just think that Tom knows as well as the time ticks on. It will hurt them both, Gruner and Tom, but Tom even more so as a massive Spurs fan. Getting so close. A place where Olilito has been before. Losing in a grand final, but losing in an extra step on a penalty shootout. But finally, after 3 years in the making, Leeds United.
And not only that, but the personal achievement as well for these two players. The playoffs in the bag.
Tournament that Tom Stokes knows only too well. He won it a few years back. Well, what a journey it's been as this last chance comes in for Spurs. It's Edison that saves it.
When Stokes was questioned, why did you try and sign up for Leeds? Why Leeds? He said it's one very simple reason. Olilito's going for Xbox. And I think that's a team that, on their day, could win the entire thing. And I tell you what, that duo, they've both pulled their weight when they've needed to.
And ever since we saw the rumours of this team being formed, we said watch out for it in March. On the 25th and the 26th. In this 2023 year, Leeds United will be your ePremier League champions. £30,000 richer. Finally, at a third time of asking, the duo of Olilito and Tom Stokes will be crowned ePremier League champions.
And what a performance. Both players, when they needed to, pulled it out the fire. Olilito in those huge clutch moments. Congratulations to Leeds United. Commiserations and heartbreak for Tottenham Hotspur. They performed so well in the knockouts. So well in those knockouts. But Olilito, when they needed him to pull it out, was a huge victory against Crystal Palace to turn the tide completely on its head. And they almost killed the game in our grand final in that opening leg.
And look, competitive FIFA can be cruel at times. When it's good, it's good. When it's bad in terms of the heartbreak. Olilito has had heartbreak on 2 different occasions, Richard, where he just maybe wanted to give up. Maybe he thought this was the end of the road. I tell you what, Leeds United fans, he's not given up on your club. He has been back year and year again. Mitch Hayward last year a semi-final. This year, Tom Stokes times Olilito was always going to be a dangerous partnership. But did we think it may have gone the full way? Potentially so. But they just got better and better as they went on and when they went through the tournament. I mean, the simple fact, as we said, is Tom Stokes is still unbeaten. I mean, what a run he has.
Yeah, it was
unbeaten. He lost to Ethan. Ignore me on that.
It was a great performance from both players. I think we've said all the superlatives that we can possibly do about this Leeds United side. Enjoy the moment. They are the ePremier League 2023 champions. Olilito and Stokes, take a bow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's it from the commentary booth here. What a weekend it has been. Let's go and crown those new ePremier League champions, Leeds United.
Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, thank you so much. Well, what a grand final that was. We have our ePremier League champions, and they go by the name of Olilito and Tom Stokes. And let's welcome them to the stage, our champions. Now, guys, hold up. I will give you your moment in a minute, okay? But I wanted to chat to you both after that incredible grand final. Stokes, I'm going to come to you first because I was checking your social media, your Twitter. You said about 50 minutes ago that in the semi-finals it wasn't your best performance, but he might just be him. He might be the guy.
There's no might. He is him. Like,
after that first leg?
Two like perfect legs of FIFA. 5-0, 3-0 just gave me like the easiest job in the world. So shout out to Oli.
But you've got to say, you are a team and you do that, but he's got to see the game out. What did you make of his performance and to finally get your hands on this?
I've been talking about it for a long time. Third time lucky charm, you know. Lost on pens, came from third last year. And to be honest, in the quarterfinals against Liverpool, without Tom, by my side, we wouldn't have gone through there. So he deserves all the credit himself as well. I think we're a team together, right? And I'm super happy to have him as a teammate here.
You just mentioned there, third time lucky, and I remember when you were at home and you lost that first time, and then we've seen where you came last year as well. It feels like that progression has been made year on year, not just in this tournament, but across the entire season for yourself as well. Do you feel like you're becoming the best version of Olli Lito that we've seen so far?
At the start of the tournament I wasn't, by the end I was. Big shout out to my coach Jelte, who's always with me. My coaches at home, Edu, my good friend Ivan from Spain, who came 25 yesterday, so happy birthday to him and to my family, my friends and everyone at home, and to the hashtag family of Stokes and to all of NIP, you know, and Leeds. I'm so happy.
I can tell, and Stokes, just coming to you because we know that you've been around the scene for so long and it's been incredible to see your journey. Everyone was talking about your age. You're still younger than me, so that's all right, okay? But actually, to get this, so many people are saying they're so proud of you and they're so happy for you as well. How does it feel to be an ePremier League champion?
Now, obviously, it's been a tough year, but as like with a community, like you have downs and ups, and this is a massive up, and it's good to show people that like 28, but I'm here, you know. So, no, it's good. It's really good, and obviously, shout out to hashtag 2. Appreciate them guys a lot.
Definitely. There's a running joke going on about everybody's age right here, and all of the audience were laughing at Stokes as he said that. Ollie, I mean, talking about your opponents, obviously great first leg for yourself, the perfect leg as Stokes said, but Tom Lees and obviously Gorilla as well, two huge names within this scene. They did themselves proud as well.
For sure. It's two of my, I guess, better friends in the scene, and I'm super proud of them. I know this hurts a lot, of course, but they are a great team with Javi as a coach as well. So I wish them all the best in the upcoming for this season. But yeah, we made playoffs, and that's one of the biggest things, you know.
Well, talk to me about that, because obviously the £30,000, that's very special. Everyone would like that. You guys will be getting that. But to be able to go to playoffs as well and to have that secured, how does that make you feel right now, considering where we are in the season, and to maybe know, okay, I can breathe a little, but I've still got to work hard?
No, absolutely. I might have my feet up on the table a little bit for the last 2 cups, but no, it's incredible. That's exactly what we wanted. This was my last chance for the season, really. So to win it through the league is a real special honour. Yeah.
Well, that's amazing, honestly, to hear. Now, don't worry, I will give you your chance to lift these trophies in a moment, okay? But, I mean, for yourself, as I said, not just over the last few years we've seen you grow, but actually this season we've seen you grow. This isn't your first taste of success. Where is Olli Lito going this season?
I don't know. I mean, I would like to have all events in this kind of arena because I think it's treated me pretty well. So here is, thank you so much for hosting. Thank you to everyone who came out, to everyone who's been supporting. And yeah, thanks to my family, my friends and everyone.
Well, there we go. Without further ado, I'm handing it over to you guys, our ePremier League champions, Leeds United. Woo! How are you, sir?
What a moment for the boys from Leeds United there. Olli Lito and Tom Stokes are your champions for the ePremier League for 2022 and 23. Finally, we have our champions crowned after 2 days of action. The first time, of course, that Leeds United have lifted that trophy. They'll take it up north, and I'm sure that club will be very proud of them. Look at the team effort, though. Look at our beautiful team we have here. Richard Buckley, thank you so much. Alex Gravison, Samantha Miller, Liravel, and Brandon, of course, as well. It's a team effort. Thanks to Carla as well. Guys, we'll see you back here next year. If you want to get involved, head to the website and find out how. This was the ePremier League for 22-23.